Welcome back to Weird Worlds. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty, weird pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you.
Asteroid Justice Bapini v. Thiessen Planet Stories. Fall, 1947. What was Sam Knox up to now? Drifting helplessly in a tiny eggshell across black oceans of space, with 2 weeks' grub. Was this the way the great man-hunter deftly snagged his prey? Sam Knox touched a button in the control room of the Wanderer, and the drapery slid back from her transparent nose. He stood a moment, a sturdy, compact figure, gazing into the dark. "Look at them," he said bitterly. "They hang there like stars." Before the Wanderer, he could see the mining fleet at the edge of the asteroid belt, their identification lights twinkling out from the enshrouding ebon mantle of space. They might as well be stars for all the progress he had made with them. He had been here a week, spreading his nets for asteroid fragments like the rest of them, and never a sign of his presence had they shown. They hung there cold and aloof, almost suspicious, you would have thought, had they any reason to be suspicious. Not that they were unfriendly by nature, these men who spread their nets to trap the errant meteors, but they were a clannish tribe, known to one another from season to season, more snobbish than any social ruling class. They were close-knit, bound together by bonds of danger and hazard, and the dream of sudden wealth. Perhaps it is only a matter of time, he thought. Perhaps time will make me one of them. He must win their friendship soon. If he were to find Pell, and that was his job. To find Pell. His was not the hunt for wealth in the heart of some fragment of asteroid. Yet the excitement of the search had long been a part of his life. What Sam Knox hunted, he found. Sam Knox hunted men. He had 2 bosses. The most lenient of these was the Department of Terran Justice. His other boss lay deep inside himself, demanding much, expecting everything. Throughout the left lower quadrant of the transparent nose, he saw one of the nets flare into quick acceleration. It was too far away to be his own, and he watched it. Each corner of the net a flaming ribbon of rocket fire in the velvet black of space. A moment later he knew whose net it was, for the mining ship Fleet Blast slid by him in pursuit, controlling the rocket-powered net from the remote controls in her maw. The Fleet Blast sped on, unable to equal the instant acceleration that the touch of the meteors sent into the rockets of the net. But she was soon catching up. With her remote controls she was slowing the rockets of the net as she increased her own speed. In a few minutes both ship and netted meteor would be hanging motionless alongside. The meteor caught and halted just as a small boy catches a swift ball in his cap. Sam grimaced. What would it contain when they melted it open with the heat rod? Probably nothing. Possibly mineral ore, to be refined into metal for new heat rod tips, for from this the minor fissures of the asteroid belt eked out their precarious existence. But perhaps there was wealth and fortune. Here might be the dream come true. Here, by the luck of space, might lie one of the rare jewels of the asteroids, spawned in some once fiery sun, and flung into space in the heart of a fragment. For this the eternal hope of man yearned, and men spent their lives fishing and mining here. For this they risked the swift and horrible infections of life in the asteroid belt. The visophone sprang into life. Sam recognized the voice as that of a woman. Fleet Blast calling Ares. The Fleet Blast lay some 50 miles ahead, a speck of light, where the chase of her net had led her. Just to her right, closer, lay the only near ship, the Ares. Ares speaking. Go ahead. Before the Ares her net spurted 4 ribbons of flame. In a surge of power the Ares was off acceleration full, straining like a hound after a rabbit. There would be no more conversation from the Ares, Sam knew, until the catch was landed. The woman was unaware of this development, unaware that the Ares' flaming jets were bearing her far away. "Father is hurt. An open wound, and we have no more penicillin. X. No penicillin X. No ship took to ether for the belt without a supply of that important penicillin. Derivative. Sam touched the controls. This was the break. This was the luck of Sam Knox. The jets responded with a trail of flame. He pulled alongside the fleet blast in a few minutes. He could spare 100,000 units of the drug, he figured. He got it from the storeroom. He was quite close to the other ship, so decided against using the ship's lifeboat, a tiny space dory, and simply donned his spacesuit. He then yelled into the bisophone, "Fleet blast, open your port. I am bringing the drug." He saw the lock open on the fleet blast and opened his own, propelling himself into space and across the void. A few guiding blasts of his hand rocket, and he was inside the lock of the other ship. A woman helped him out of the spacesuit. "Come quickly," she urged. Sam had time to note that she was young and had red hair as he followed her to the living quarters. An old man lay there on a bed. His trouser had been cut away from his right leg, revealing a crushed and bleeding condition below the knee. Already the leg was beginning to show the faint grayness that indicated the start of the quick infection. The miner's name, Sam found as he treated the leg, was Themis Rourke. There was a faint trace of Irish blood in him, responsible perhaps for the red hair of his daughter. He lay back in the bed, complaining at the foolishness that had put him there. That damn meteor! I was in too big a hurry to load it, and it slipped and crushed my leg. Themis looked at his daughter. "What do you say, Nancy? Shall we call it a season and run back to Terra? There are a few more weeks of good fishing, I can make out." Sam looked at her, this slip of a girl who was undertaking a man's work. For all her courage, she was still a woman, slim and lissom. She was not too tall, rounded, sweetly, and well-formed. Under Sam's gaze, she lifted her eyes to his, eyes as brown as new-plowed soil. He had been long away from women, and the sight of her set a wildness coursing in his blood. Strong as she was, he could crush her in his arms. He had strength to take care of both of them. She might have let him too, in other circumstances. Her eyes had already noted the compact sturdiness of his body. Noted and approved. But he was Sam Knox, and in his hunt for men, 100 women had tried to deceive him, so that he set his mind against this weakness, and looked away across the room. Fool. He was a fool to have not seen it sooner. The photograph of a white-haired man stared from a lucite frame. It was Pell. The report was true. Here was Pell, inventor of the heat rod, hiding where the metal was mined. If he were here, he must be found, and returned to Terra to finish the sentence he had escaped 3 years before. He might not have to finish that prison sentence. Only one thing was certain now. In the investigation of the illegal operations of Terran Metals Corporation, the truth had been concealed by the fact that a way had been found to deceive the mine probe. When that shattering fact was discovered, that the basis of justice was not dependable, action was swift. The mine probe was analyzed, and the defect removed. But the truth of the facts in the Terran Metals trial was now uncertain. Guilty or not, the Department of Terran Justice wanted Pell. Sam took a step toward the picture. The girl's voice shocked him from these thoughts. "I don't know how to thank you, mister." She paused expectantly. "Knox? Sam Knox." She held out her hand. "We are so glad to know you. You are the first one to want to know me. I've been here a week, and everyone seems to think I have a plague." Themis Rourke spoke from the bed. "You must forgive us. We are a hard people to get acquainted with, especially now." "Why, especially now?" The visophone buzzed. It was the Ares now alongside. Nancy went to operate the lock. A young man came from the lock with her. He was dark and saturnine. His glance viewed Sam with open suspicion. Nancy said, "Sam Knox, Ned Hawkins." Sam held out his hand. The dark young man made no move to accept it. Nancy said sharply, "Ned, Mr. Knox may have saved Father's life. He brought the penicillin X while you were chasing meteors." Ned Hawkins said with surly ill grace, "Sorry." "We're obliged to you, Mr. Knox." Sam turned to the old man on the bed. "You were about to tell me why everyone is so suspicious." Timus Rourke sat up in bed. His eyes blazed. "Thieves," he said gustily. "This season there have been thieves. Old Joe on the Miner 2 lost an asteroid jewel worth 10,000 credits. Somebody beat him, slipped him chloroform, and made off with it. Been several cases like it." Ned's dark, suspicious eyes were on them. Sam crossed and picked up Pell's picture. "Relative of yours?" he asked casually. Hawkins slammed the flat of his hand against a bulkhead. "That does it. What kind of miner are you that you don't know the master miners?" He whirled to the old man and the girl. "Tell him nothing more," Sam said simply. "This is my first season. How am I to know anything with everyone so suspicious? If you need more medicine, let me know." He picked up his spacesuit and went into the lock. Nancy came quickly into the lock after him. She said in a low voice, "Thanks for everything. You must forgive Ned, he is jealous." Sam held the helmet to his spacesuit in his hands. "If I had a claim on you," he said swiftly, "I should be jealous too. Not man or devil should take you from me." He put the helmet on and turned to the lock. Once back in the Wanderer, he considered what he had learned. Pell was here. So much had been established, and he had at last a foothold of acquaintance among these people. That should help, and indeed it did. It was through Timus Rourke, he suspected, that 4 old men now stood on the floor of the Wanderer. He hadn't, however, quite planned on falling in love. It was difficult for him to believe that so strong a bond could be forged in the week he had known the Rourkes. The increasing jealousy of Hawkins was testimony to the growing tenderness between Sam and Nancy Rourke. The elder of the 4 men stepped a little forward. "Mr. Knox, we are here because a friend of yours has requested that you be admitted to the miners." He was right then. The week's cultivation of Timus and his daughter was bringing results. "Tell me about the miners," he asked. "We are far from Terra here. Years ago we found the necessity for establishing some sort of society for our own pleasure and protection. We have our own government, our own laws. Each year, a number of the older miners are chosen master miners. This year there are 7. We formulate all laws and sit in judgment on those who break them. Master miners. Pell was one of these." Sam kept the planes of his face wooden. "What must I do to become one of this society of yours?" "You must submit to questioning to prove you are worthy. You must swear loyalty to all our other brother miners. You must agree to be guided by our laws as supreme here as long as you are in the asteroid belt." "Very well, I agree." They took a small space dory to the largest ship in the mining fleet, the governing ship, White Lark. Sam wondered if he were being wise. If they had the latest mind probe, all the truth would come out in the examination. His connection with Terran justice would be discovered, and perhaps all chance lost of taking Pell. It was unlikely that they had the new probe, he decided, and if they had the old model he could fool them. They had no mind probe at all. They simply asked him questions, the 7 of them, trained to evaluate character swiftly in their rough life. They watched him as he answered their questions. They sat around him in a semicircle, and in the center, in charge, was the man he hunted. He had found Pell. The questioning began when they touched the dangerous fringes of knowledge with their probing questions. He held his face even more wooden than usual, careful too to let no emotion show in the timbre of his voice. And at last it was over. Pell rose and looked at the circle of master miners. "I am satisfied," he announced. "Are there any objections to the entrance of Mr. Knox as a miner of our order?" There were none. Pell said. You will take the oath of fealty tomorrow. Here there will be many who want to meet you. He walked with Sam to the lock, to the small space dory in which they had come. Sam thought, I can take him now. I can slip a disc gun into his ribs and take him now. The reaction of the other miners was unpredictable, but with speed and skill he could make it. And once aboard the Wanderer, no mining ship could approach his superdrive. His hand slid down his pocket to the cold plastic butt of his disc gun. There was a rattle as another dory struck the ship. A space-suited form slid into the lock. He took his hand off the disc gun. The figure stripped off its helmet, and a mass of flame-colored hair cascaded down around the shoulders. It was Nancy Rourke. Am I too late? I just heard you were up for membership in the miners. Pell put his hand on her shoulder. He's passed the tests. We administer the oath tomorrow. Sam took his hand from his pocket. There would be danger. He would not make his play with a woman here. Nancy's brown eyes were on his, filled with warmth and gladness. I am so happy. I just couldn't believe it when Ned told me he had put you up for membership. Ned Hawkins had proposed him for membership. Sam pondered that all the way back to the Wanderer. The ceremony that joined Sam Knox and the Order of Miners was a simple one. There were many of the miners in the White Lark to witness the oath of fealty, and many more watching on their visiphones. The coldness was gone. He was one of them, and he felt the strong warmth of their friendship. Nancy's eyes smiled at him all through the ceremony. There was one curious thing. Ned Hawkins was not present at the beginning of the ceremony. The voice of Pell pronounced, "You are now one of us." Men gathered around Sam, shaking his hand and clapping him on the back. Stopped the ceremony. It was a beautifully timed entrance, an actor's entrance. Hawkins stood just inside the room, still in his spacesuit, holding the helmet in his hand. He came forward now, his magnetic boots clanking on the steel floor of the White Lark. Pell frowned at him. If you have objections, you are too late. After all, you are the one who proposed his membership. Mine and Knox is one of us now. Then he is subject to our law. He is no miner, he is a thief, Pell said somberly. That is a serious accusation. Old Joe died today as a result of the chloroform in him beating. Before he died, he tuned in the ceremony on the visiphone. He identified this man as the one who beat and chloroformed him. He died soon after. His heart couldn't stand the excitement. Pell looked at Sam. What have you to say? Would you believe a wild tale like that? Hearsay testimony from a dead man. It's simply an invention. Invention? It was one of the master miners. Why, Hawkins proposed you for your membership. Ned Hawkins said raspingly, If it is all hearsay, I suppose you won't object to a search of your ship. The asteroid jewel that was stolen is probably there. The pattern was too clear to Sam. It was, of course, a frame, a perfect frame. If the jewel had been planted aboard the Wanderer, they would find other interesting things too. The superdrive of the ship would be as useful to a thief as to a Terran justice man. They found the jewel carelessly hidden in the Wanderer's upholstery, Sam said. If you will put us both under the mind probe, you will learn the truth. Pell frowned at him. I know from my own experience that the mind probe is worthless. I was convicted once by a mind probe trial. No, we will have a simple trial. We will try you after the fashion of older times. Verbal testimony, evidence, and a jury of master miners. We will try you at once. Justice is swift here in the belt. Sam Knox sat hopelessly in a tiny space dory. Through the viewport he could see the twinkling lights of the asteroid fleet vanishing in the distance. And in his mind he could still hear the voice of Pell, pronouncing sentence like the tolling of some bell of doom. Miner Sam Knox, you will be banished forever from the asteroid belt. If you return, it is the duty of every miner to ray you on sight, and, if any befriend you, they may share your fate. Your ship and all your possessions are forfeit. You will be placed in a small space dory with food and fuel for 2 weeks. If in that time you can come to some larger ship or outpost of civilization, you are to be congratulated. If not, may God have mercy on your soul. He had lost the wanderer. He had only this tiny dory and 2 weeks' food. That was bad enough, the chance of wandering forever in space without food or fuel, but worse than that was the thought that he had failed. He had found Pell, and failed to bring him back. He sat for a moment, face in hands, tasting the bitter failure. There was, too, an aching sense of loss when he, though of Nancy Rourke, there was a tarpaulin over his stocks of supplies. He might as well take inventory. He rose and went to the rear of the tiny craft. He pulled back the tarpaulin. Curled among the supplies was a woman, her hair a russet halo of glory. She stood, discovered, shyly looking at him. It was Nancy Rourke. Sam wanted her. Lord, how he wanted her. He crossed and seized her in the solid strength of his arms, crushing his lips and body against hers. "You fool," he breathed. "You wonderful, glorious little fool," she said simply. "I knew you would need me. I found which dory they were to use and stowed away. Now there was food and water for only a week." All but fuel was now divisible by 2. They were far from the usual space lanes, and the chance of passing craft was microscopically small. Somehow Sam knew they must win through. Somehow he must wring defeat from failure. They were 3 days out when they saw a ship. It seemed somehow familiar, and it circled them 3 times before it had decelerated enough to pull alongside the slower dory. The lock opened, and Sam propelled the tiny dory inside. Nancy said in amazement, "It is Pell's ship. Do you suppose they know the truth?" Sam knew it was not that when Pell opened the door of the dory. His voice was curt. "I have extra food and fuel. The ship's sole shine is passing between Mars and the outer planets. You should be able to contact here at these coordinates at the time noted." He handed Sam a sheet of astrographic calculations. Nancy caught at his arm. "Why bring us this?" she asked. "Is it because of me?" Pell smiled at her. "No, my dear. It was not because of you, or perhaps it was. Perhaps a woman's heart is surer judge than a jury of miners." He raised keen eyes to Sam. "Once they found me guilty," he said. "I was not. I cannot rid myself of the belief that perhaps others, too, might not be guilty." "The others do not know you came?" "No, else my life would be forfeit." Sam Knox said wonderingly. "You risked that for the sake of possible justice?" Pell inclined his head. "Why go back? Come to Terra with me." "I cannot listen, man." Sam was urgent. "I came from the Department of Terran Justice to find you. The Terran Metals case is reopened. The new mine probe is just. Come back, and we will find the truth." A strange look spread over Pell's face. "Terra. The glorious rose gardens of Terra." He shook himself. "I dare not. But as I have given you life, you must promise me this. You must not tell where I am to be found," Sam Knox said bitterly. "I promise nothing. I came to the belt to find you." He sidled forward. If he could reach Pell, a disc gun rose in Pell's hand. "Be it so, then I must move on." He closed the door of the dory on them, and threw the release that thrust them from the lock of his ship. He left them sitting, watching his ship's lights recede in the darkness. Nancy put her hand on Sam's arm. Pell's ship was now a speck of light vanishing in the black. "Never mind, Pell. We will go to Terra together, Sam said. I had almost convinced him. He wants to go to Terra. You heard him. If I could talk to him again. Nancy tugged at his arm. Sam, what are you thinking of? He touched the controls of the space dory, and it swung in a long curve, doubling back. No, Sam, no, they will kill you if you go back. Forget Pell and come with me to the Sol Shine. Sam Knox's jaw was a ledge of granite. I came for Pell. The tiny dory leaped forward, nose pointed for the asteroid belt. Sam slid in under no power, using the inertia of the ship lights off. Alongside the fleet blast, he said, let's hope your father is alone. Themis Rourke was alone. He was hard to convince, but his daughter could work wonders with him. Very well, he grumbled. I'll see if I can get Pell over here. He shrugged into a spacesuit and slipped his own dory out of the lock. He blasted away to find Pell. Look, Sam, Nancy called. It's the Ares. The Ares slid by the fleet blast, moving her nets to some other sector of space. The visophone sounded. Ares calling fleet blast. Ares calling fleet blast. Sam gripped Nancy's arm. We must not answer. Perhaps he will go on. For a moment the Ares paused, then it flared an orange trail of acceleration as it headed onward. And the fleet blast's dory scraped alongside. From the lock stepped Pell and Themis Rourke. Sam Knox stood wide-legged, facing Pell, a compact and resolute form. I came to take you back to Terra. Their eyes met and searched each other. Pell sighed. Almost I am willing to trust you. You too are a man who will risk life for a principle. If you are innocent, I promise you you will be cleared. There is no flaw in the mind probe now. You know we cannot use the probe at random, but if you bring charges against those who framed you, we can use the probe to get the truth. Pell straightened. He seemed to grow taller. I'll do it. You'll do what? From the opening lock, Ned Hawkins came, a disc gun low in his hand. Behind him were 4 older men. Sam saw Pell's face grow pale. They were 4 of the master miners, 4 of those who dispensed justice in the asteroid belt. One of them said gravely, In the name of all miners, I arrest you, Pell, for aiding a convicted thief. Have you anything to say before we take you away? Hawkins jabbed the muzzle of the disc gun tight in Sam's back. And that was a mistake. Men of the Terran Police Services had long been trained to defend against a weapon held too close. Sam Knox whirled, striking up and out with his arm, whirling away from the weapon and striking with his hand. He stepped forward, then seizing Ned's gun arm in a bone-breaking leverage, and the disc gun dropped to the floor. He shoved Hawkins away and scooped up his weapon. Sam Knox whirled, seized Ned's gun arm. Now was the time, he thought, to take Pell and run for it. Perhaps they would not find it important enough to follow. They would not know that contact with the Sol Shine was possible. Then Sam groaned. He had forgotten too much time had elapsed, and now he was farther away. The slow space dory never would be able to reach the coordinates in time to intercept the space liner. Somehow he must force the truth. He lifted the disc gun. I'm going to blast you, Ned Hawkins. Before I go, I'm going to burn you down. I know you stole the jewel and killed Miner Joe. I know you were jealous and framed me, giving up the jewel as a sacrifice to your jealousy. Tell the truth, Hawkins, and cleanse your soul before you die. Ned Hawkins pulled back his lips in a dark snarl. Shoot, he said. Shoot, you murderer and thief. A master miner said, We will hunt you down, Knox. We will hunt you to the ends of the galaxy. Even though you kill us all, there will be others to search you out. Tie them, Sam Knox directed. Pell obeyed. Sam swung the disc gun in a compact circle, and the front sight opened the flesh of Ned Hawkins' forearm and let the blood flow. Sam Knox waved with the gun, then at Pell, at the girl, and at her father. He said bleakly, If one of you moves toward the medicine cabinet, as God is in heaven, I'll ray you down." He hunkered down on his ankles, a lone figure waiting and watching. "You devil!" Ned's voice struck a high pitch. "You devil! Give me penicillin X." They had not understood till then. The eyes of the bound master miners were wide with horror. Sam gestured with the gun. "Rest easy," he said. "We shall only have to wait an hour at the most." The red blood that spurted from the arm stopped, and the chronometer ticking in the control room was the only sound in the chamber. Minutes passed, and the arm which had been red with blood was now graying swiftly. The infection of space was taking over. Nancy Rourke said shrilly, "You're not human." She got up and moved for the medicine cabinet. Sam Knox tilted the disc gun, and the heat ray lanced out and burned a hole in the chair ahead of her. She sat down quickly, with a white face. Ned Hawkins' eyes were brilliant as a trapped beast. He looked at his graying arm. It was swelling now and becoming painful. His face contorted. He breathed agonizedly. Pell reached for the medicine cabinet, and Sam burned the knob under his hands. "You devil!" Ned was breathing hard. Sweat stood on his forehead. "What do you want?" "The truth." "I know nothing," Sam said. "I am going to burn the penicillin." "You people can't keep away from the drug. It's either burn the drug or one of you." He pointed the disc gun at the medicine cabinet in the corner. "I'll talk. Give me the drug. I'll talk." Ned began to babble in confession. Sam said mercilessly, "The proof. Where is proof of what you say?" "On the Ares. There is a false compartment under the control seat. All the stolen goods except the one asteroid jewel are there." Sam lowered the gun. "Give him the drug quickly, and you will save him for miners' justice." As Sam bent to untie them, one of the miners said, "If the stolen goods are in the Ares, we owe you an apology." On the Wanderer, Sam Knox finished the astrogation. The jets were warming for the first blast of fuel that would send him terra-bound. Nancy Rourke stood watching over his shoulder. "And what would you do if I would not go with you?" Sam smiled at her. "I think I'd carry you away regardless. I am afraid you would. But I am more afraid you might not, so I go willingly." From the doorway, Pell said quietly, "The jets are perhaps not so charming, but they are ready too."
Sam fed fuel to the jets, and the Wanderer leaped like a hound, heading for home. End of Asteroid Justice by V.E. Thiessen.
Dark Windows by Bryce Walton. Sooner or later it would happen, and after that he would never have to worry again. He'd be dead, or worse, one of the silent, living dead. I was suddenly wide awake and listening. A gray light, the color of wet charcoal, lay over the chilled room. There it was again, plain and sharp through the thin wall separating my room from that of old man Doniker, the shoemaker. Maybe he was sick. No, that wasn't it. Another muted cry of pain, then a choking sound, and the unmistakable thud of a falling body. An odd whirring sound clicked off. Then a voice said, "Grab the verminous legs of this subversive Marty. Let's get him in the wagon. You gave him too much bime." "He looks deader than Einstein," I said. "Grab his legs." A door shut. I went to the window. I was shivering in the morning chill. A black car moved away down the broken pavement. It swerved to miss a large mud hole in the middle of the street, and an old woman with burlap wrapped around her feet didn't move fast enough. She flew across the sidewalk like a ragged dummy and lay in a heap. Goodbye, Doniker. I had seen the black car before. Doniker was dead, but it didn't bother me. I never had anything to do with neighbors. Anybody I didn't know had a top clearance. I was clear and intended to stay that way. You just never knew. Doniker had seemed like a true patriot. My carefully distant and casual observations of him had led me to believe he was as happily stupid as I was. But he had been hiding something. I turned from the window and started the day's routine that had been the same for as long as I could remember. I warmed up some mush on the gas burner. At 7, as always, the Tevi warmed up, and Miss Impafol with the lacquered lips smiled at me. And so don't worry, citizens. The past is dead, the future is assured, and tomorrow will only be another today. And today we are safe and carefree. Amen. She said it every morning, but it was nice hearing it again. Then the news came on. There was a pile of junked tractors, trucks, and harvesting machines, smashed and rusting. Then a line of farmers working with hoes and hand-guided plows drawn by horses. Machines took away sacred routine work from citizens. Eggheads built the machines to disrupt and spread the disease of reason. We are now replacing machines at the rate of 1 million a week. Soon all of us will again be united in the happy, harmonious brotherhood of labor. And when you see a rusting machine, what you are seeing is another captured egghead, frothing and fuming in its cage. At 7:45, I walked 10 blocks to work. There were the usual hectic early morning traffic jams. Wagon loads of produce and half-starved horses blocking the streets. The same man was beating a nag with a board. A wagon piled with fruit and vegetables was stuck in a pothole in the pavement. 2 men were carrying a spinning wheel into the front of an apartment building. A peddler was selling oil, lanterns, wicks, and kerosene out of a barrel. The same women and boys in dirty sheepskin jackets were hauling rickshaws. I really didn't see anyone or speak to anyone. I didn't know anyone. I knew I was safe and had nothing to worry about. Once a week, I used up my GI liquor chit at a bar with a security seal on the window. Twice a week, I slept over at a GI brothel where every girl had a security clearance number pitted on her thigh. I had nothing to worry about. I was passed through 3 gates by guards and went to my little cage inside Pentagon Circle, local headquarters of the Department of Internal Security. Until that Tuesday morning, I couldn't remember ever having done anything but sort colored cards, my chief qualification for my job. I wasn't colorblind when a green card with figures on it meaning nothing to me came out of a slot in the wall. I pushed it into a green slot that led somewhere into a filing department. When a red card came out, I pushed it into a red slot, and so forth. There were cards of 15 colors. Another qualification: my unconscious efficiency. I never had even a hint of an abstract thought. I never remembered yesterday, let alone the day before. And until that Tuesday morning, I never made even a tiny mistake. I had no idea what I was doing, nor was I at all curious. Curiosity was highly suspect. Curiosity was dangerous in the best of all possible worlds. It was ridiculous in a state where people had never had it so good. Cards sped from my hands always into correct slots. Carefree hours slipped painlessly by into the dead past. I was sure I was safe and not thinking at all. I was a blessed blank. And then all at once, the eyes are the windows of the soul. The thought meant nothing to me except it was wrong. It didn't belong in the routine. The routine flew to pieces. My efficiency blew up. I felt like a shiny bottle in a row of bottles, with a sudden crack running down the middle. Red cards hit blue slots. Green cards hit yellow slots. Cards piled up, spilled over the floor. The more I tried to return to my efficiency, the worse everything was. My suit was wet with sweat. I thought of Mr. Donaker. If a man's routine broke, it could only be because some inner guilt was disrupting his harmony. A happy person is an efficient person. Inefficiency is the symptom of a guilty conscience. "Mr. Fredericks," a voice whispered, "you are replaced here." A cold paralysis gripped me. "Get up, Fred." I jumped out of my chair. A thin, stooped little man in a cheap gray suit and dull eyes took my place. In no time at all, he had straightened out my mess. Cards were blurs moving into the right slots. A wide, fattish man in a wrinkled dark suit was watching me out of curiously shining eyes. He carried a black briefcase. I had seen the black briefcases before. Special police agent. He opened the door of my cage and motioned for me to go out ahead of him. Say goodbye to all this, Fred. I felt the smile on my wet face as I nodded and tried to feel grateful while at the same time trying to suppress the flood of fear coming up through me and turning to sickness in my throat. I simply couldn't be afraid. I had nothing to hide. And if I was hiding something inside me I didn't know about, I should feel glad to have it detected and get it all cleaned out. My name is John Mesner, he said as we walked down the corridor. I couldn't say anything. I felt like a string someone was beginning to saw on with a rusty knife. Mesner's office somewhere upstairs was a dingy room with a dusty desk and a couple of chairs. The walls were made of cracked concrete lined with dusty filing cabinets. The window was so soiled I could barely see the shadows of bars through the panes. Mesner sat down, put his feet on the desk. He took an apple out of his desk drawer and started peeling it slowly with a small penknife. You scared, Fred? Of course not, he smiled, held out a long ribbon of apple peel and dropped it on the floor. You are scared, Fred. I put my personology card on his desk right in front of him. I just had a quarterly brain check a week ago. There it is. I stopped myself somehow from yelling out wildly as he stabbed the card with his penknife, then tore it in little pieces and dropped them on the floor. You've got nothing to be afraid of, Fred, but it'll probably take you a while to realize it, he went on, peeling the apple. He had thick hands, stubby fingers, and the nails were dirty. He had a round, pale face, a receding chin, thinning hair, and an absurd little red Cupid bow mouth. I tried not to hear the moaning sound that seemed to come from the other side of a door to Mesner's right. He got up, went to the door, opened it. Shut that guy up, he said. He shut the door and sat down again. He sliced off a bite of apple and pushed it into his mouth. To make it short, Fred, I've investigated you thoroughly, and I can use you here in Spa. You are being transferred. My throat was constricted. I leaned against the desk. I don't understand, sir. I don't know anything about police work. I am only a clerk, a card sorter. I don't have any qualifications. And you can see my card. A couple of field trips with me, Fred, and you'll be a veteran. But why me? You are already in the security department for one thing. That makes it convenient. Also, your intelligence quotient. It's a low 80, I said. That's the average. I am well below normal, and this brain check showed I was lower this time than the last. So how could my IQ make any difference? Curiosity killed a cat, Fred. I managed to sit down before I fell down. It was impossible that I should really become an agent in the SB, the most powerful and feared organization in the state. What then was Mesner really up to? One work error shouldn't have snagged me. I'd never been guilty of thinking above a rudimentary and socially acceptable level. My IQ was unquestionably low. I was little more than a moron. So why was I frightened? Why did I feel guilty? Why was Mesner interested? Mesner stood up and dropped the apple core on the floor. We're going on a field trip now, Fred. Your indoctrination as in Spaman is beginning. Mesner piloted the heliocar. Mesner said the only heliocars left in operation belonged to Spa. He dropped it on a plot of dried grass on the side of a forested hill in the Tennessee mountains. Until we got out of the heliocar, I didn't know Mesner had a gun. I couldn't remember having heard of a gun or seen one before, but Mesner told me all about guns. He slid the rifle out of a canvas case, checked it, called it his favorite little field piece. Then he handed me his black briefcase. He led the way down a narrow path. It was a quiet, sunny day. Squirrels ran between the trees, birds hopped and sang up in the leaves. In front of a gray, dilapidated shack was a rickety wagon, 2 men were lifting a sack out of the rear of the wagon. They wore ragged overalls and no shirts, and they were both barefoot. Mesner yelled, "You Dirksons, this is a security check." The shorter one started to run. Mesner shot him in the back of the head. The tall man grabbed up a piece of iron with a hooked end and started yelling as he ran toward us. "Open the briefcase," Mesner said calmly. I opened it. Mesner leaned the rifle against a tree. He knelt down, brought a metal disc out of the briefcase, attached to a wire. He turned a dial on a bank of controls inside the case. I heard a whirring hum. The tall hillbilly screamed. He stretched up on his toes, strained his arms and neck at the sky, then fell twitching on his face. Mesner walked toward the hillbilly, and I stumbled after him. I was going to be sick, very sick. The sun worked like pins in my eyeballs. Mesner drew a round metal cap, which he called a stroboscope, from the case, fitted it on the hillbilly's head. The metal strip had a disc hanging down in front of the hillbilly's eyes, and about 2 inches away. Mesner worked the dials, and the flicker began blinking off and on, faster and faster, then slower, then faster again, as the hillbilly's eyes stared into it unblinkingly. His muscles began to twitch. He beat the ground with his flat hands. Grasshoppers jumped across his face. Mesner pointed out to me that I was watching an on-the-spot brain probe. The brain prober, or biper as Mesner called it, was so effective he hardly ever had to use the other items in the case, such as the psychopharmaceuticals, drugs, brain shock, gadgets, extractors, nerve stretchers, and the like. Mesner sat on his haunches, worked the flicker, and lit a cigarette. These brainwave flickers correspond to any desired brainwave rhythm. You play around, and you'll get the one you want. They talk. What they don't say comes out later from the recorder. With this biper, you can get anything out of anyone. Almost. If you don't get the info you want, it's only because they don't have it. It burns them out considerably in the process. But that's all to the good. They're erased and won't do any meddlesome thinking again. The hillbilly wasn't moving now, as the flicker worked on his eyes and activated desired mental responses. "Dirksen," Mesner said. "What happened to your sister, Elsa?" "Don't know. She runned away. She was blind, wasn't she? Wasn't she born blind?" I felt an icy twist in my stomach. "That's right. Born blind as a bat. What happened to her? Runned away with some river rat. You've hidden her somewhere, Dirksen. Where?" "I ain't hid her nowhere." Mesner turned a dial. The hillbilly screamed, his body bent upward. Blood ran out of his mouth. He was chewing his tongue. Mesner stood up and frowned. "Guess he didn't know?" "If he knew, he'd have told us. He's no disguised egghead, just a damn collaborating, bottle-headed jerk." I went over behind some brush and was sick. The hillbilly would never answer any more questions. I knew that much now. He was laughing and babbling and crawling around on his hands and knees. It's rough at first, Fred. No matter how patriotic you are and how much you hate eggheads, it's always rough at first, but you should get used to it. What I mean, why? The Dirksens didn't show for their quarterly brain check. You assume they're hiding something. It turns out they're not. Then you haven't lost anything. Of course, you have to burn them out a little to question them, but better to burn one innocent bottlehead than let one double dome slip away. Mesner turned and looked at me. "Isn't that right, Fred?" "Of course it's right," I said quickly. Mesner smiled at me. On the way back to Washington, Mesner piloted the helio car casually. He leaned back smoking cigarettes, the ashes streaming down the front of his soiled lapels. "I think you'll work out fine in Spa, Fred." I was still sick. I had a throbbing ache in my head, and sweat kept stinging in my eyes. I nodded, numbed agreement with Mesner. "I appreciate your trying to make an Spa man out of me," I finally managed to say. "But could you have made some mistake?" Gotten the wrong file or something? No, your IQ is a nice low 80, Fred. But you are just not aware that you have what is technically known as a quiescent IQ. What's that? You are a true patriot, Fred. We both know that, so don't be scared. You know the sick and evil danger of a high IQ, and so you put an unconscious damper on your own intelligence. You are not really so dumb, Fred. But I am? I said quickly. No, Fred, you think you are, and you look and act normally stupid. And believe me, Fred, I admire your patriotic suppression of your intelligence even from yourself. But a fact is a fact, and you are not so dumb. I am not pretending. I am not a subversive. Easy now, Mesner said. You are not a subversive. That's right. A real subversive knows he's smart, is proud of it, and consciously tries to hide it from others. But you loathe your own inherent mental ability, and you've been able to freeze its operation, conceal it even from yourself. Now realize this, Fred. The only place we can allow intelligence to operate is inside the government. The government must have a slightly superior thinking capacity in order to run things, for the present, anyway. But any IQ above 80 is subversive. It says in the "That's an ideal," a goal for the future, Fred. When the transition's been made, when the last egghead is captured and put away, then all of us will be normal. We'll get ourselves bipped and burn our excessive intelligence down to the 80 mark. But until that time, Fred, some of us, especially the SPA, have to keep our wits about us. An unfortunate necessity that we pray will soon be ended. I gazed numbly out through the plastic canopy at the white clouds streaming past. He was trying to get some admission out of me, I thought. That was the only explanation, working some subtle game with me, but that was absurd on its face, because I was way below normal. My IQ's no good for you then, I said. I just don't see, Mesner interrupted with an impatient laugh. You're a hell of a lot. Brighter than you let yourself admit that you are, Fred. That's all I am saying. You know it's a terrible thing to be smart, so you keep it under wraps. But now you know there is nothing to be afraid of. You know it's legal for a while longer to be smart. As long as you are in SPA, now you can start opening up, releasing your mental capacity. Believe me, Fred, it's for the good of the state. I know it sounds like a paradox, but that's how it is. How can it be good when it's such an evil thing? Because right now it's a necessary evil. Spot has problems, Fred. There are still a lot of eggheads running loose, causing trouble, and the double domes still loose are the toughest ones to catch, and that's our job. We've got to track down the old maniac physicists, chemists, engineers, professors, psyche boys, and the like, who are still working underground. Until they're all caught, Fred, we've got to live with our own filthy brains, because you see it takes brains to catch brains. But I have hardly any brains at all, I insisted. You'll see, Fred, you'll see. Before I left his office that evening, he gave me an SPA identity card. My name and face were on it. Suddenly it seemed impossibly official all at once. I was one of the most feared and powerful men in the state. Only I knew that the only one I really feared was me. That card supposedly gave me a free hand. It could take me anywhere, even into top secret departments in security. With it I was immune to curfew laws, to all social restrictions and regulations, but when I went for a walk that evening, I knew I was being followed. Wherever I went, eyes watched me constantly. Shadows moved in and out of gray doorways and dissolved around corners. After 9, after the curfew sirens howled down the emptied streets, I walked fast toward the ancient rooming house in which I thought I had always lived. Hundreds of silent, gray women and children came out onto the streets and began cleaning them with brooms. One by one, the gas lights along the rubbled streets went out. I started to run through shadows, and footsteps moved behind me. A drunken man came out of an alley and staggered down the broken pavement where weeds grew. A black car whisked him away. But no black car stopped for me. I saw no one with a black briefcase either. I saw only shadows and felt unseen eyes watching me. The old woman who had been run down by a black car still lay there on the sidewalk. No one dared approach that corpse to get it off the streets. No one knew who it was or why it was dead. No one would take any chances. One was just as suspect from associating with a guilty corpse as a living neighbor named Donecker. Upstairs, I saw a splotch of blood on the hall floor. This time I knew it was Donecker's. It reminded me of the Dirksons now, and of who could say how many others. I lay down and took all 3 of tomorrow's Tranquitabs. We were allotted a month's supply of Tranquitabs at a time, and we were all compelled by law to take 3 a day. They knocked out worry and anxiety usually, but now they didn't seem to do me much good. I couldn't seem to go to sleep. This had never happened to me before. Mesner was right. Maybe I did have a high IQ but wasn't consciously aware of it. This being true, then I had to be in SPAS. SPA was the only place a high IQ could be tolerated. What really bothered me the most, of course, was why I should be worried about anything. If my IQ was useful, I ought to be glad of it. A true patriot should be glad also to have unconscious subversive elements detected. A true patriot would be grateful for whatever treatment could cleanse him. What was the matter with me? Didn't I want to be purified, cleansed? Didn't I want to be bipped a little? I didn't trust Mesner. I didn't believe he really wanted me to help him track down eggheads. But so what? He was trying to find out something about me. I ought to be glad to cooperate, only I wasn't. I had bad dreams. I dreamed of Dirksen babbling and crawling and smiling at me with his bloody mouth. He kept smiling and whispering to me. I never did know nothing, and now I am just all burned out. I dreamed of old man Donecker being dragged down the stairs. Then I dreamed that Mesner came in and looked down at me sleeping. A light bulb came down from the ceiling. It turned bright, then dull, then bright, then dull. Mesner smiled as he lit a cigarette. That really bothered you, didn't it, Fred? Bipping the Dirksen boy. It made me sick. I wanted to wake up. I tried my best to wake up because I felt that if I didn't wake up now, I never would. I would die in my sleep. Let's talk about it, Fred. I am uneasy about it myself sometimes. I've bipped so many of them. Maybe my conscience bothers me. You think it might bother a man's conscience, Fred? What do you mean, conscience? Maybe you think there is something immoral about bipping a man. If the state does it, it's right, I said. If it helps bring about the era of normalcy and absolute and permanent stability, then any method is right. Was that the correct answer? I was beginning to feel confused. Thoughts, words all jumbling up. There was an orthodox thought and an orthodox answer for everything. I'd learned them all, but had I answered this one correctly? That's right, Fred. But the old crackpot egghead moralists used to say that the end doesn't necessarily justify the means. They would claim that bipping a man was wrong, and that no good results could ever come from it. They would say that a destructive means would always create a destructive end. Violence, they said, could only create more violence. What do you think of that, Fred? That's wrong, I said. That's confusing, double-dome stuff, I know. But we've got to identify with egghead thinking if we can. No matter how repulsive it is, we've got to understand how they think if we're going to track them down and put them away. Now think hard, Fred. Have you ever heard a man say, better that the whole world should die than that one man's brain should be invaded against his will? No, no, that's subversive, I screamed. There was more dream, more questions, more and more confused answers. I woke up in a cold sweat. I found several electronic spy eyes concealed about the room. Just outside my door, I saw one of Messner's cigarette butts. It was yellowed with spittle, twisted and pinched in the way his always were. I didn't know if all of that night, or only part of it, had been a dream. I didn't know if Messner had actually been questioning me in my sleep or not. The spy eyes could do that. But I knew Messner had been outside my door. Probably he had been questioning my dreams. That day was worse than the night. Messner had said to wait until I heard from him, but there was no word from him that day. I tried more Tranquitabs. The hell with tomorrow's supply. They didn't help me. A blinding headache hit me at regular intervals. What was Messner using me for? What did he want from me? What was I supposed to know? The educational TV came on also at regular intervals, so if you might think, citizens, that a machine could do your simple work better, just remember what a terrible thing the machines did to us during the cataclysmic age of reason. As you know, the machines were invented to replace human labor by eggheads, who have always tried to destroy normal, comfortable, and simple ways of life. The disease of free thought was only possible after the machines replaced human beings, gave us the time to develop excessive and self-destructive thinking. I watched the light outside my window turn a duller gray, then black, and after that, an edge of white moon slid partly across the pane. Why should I care what Messner was trying to get out of me? If it was subversive, then I should be glad to get rid of it. If I was clear and clean, then I had nothing to worry about. Why wasn't I simply bipped, like Donecker and Dirksen had been? Why should a true patriot care? I shivered and stared into the darkness. Something horrible had happened to me. For the first time, I realized I was entertaining unpatriotic thoughts. I didn't want to be bipped, and I knew that when Messner finished with me, I would be bipped. When he found out whatever I was supposed to know, I joined Dirksen and the rest of them. It had been all right going along with the routines, as long as I actually hadn't seen what happened to a man if he didn't. I didn't want to be erased whatever I was. I suddenly wanted to stay me, guilty or not. Maybe this attitude was all that Messner wanted to be sure of. But I doubted it, because a simple bipping would have determined that. I didn't think I could stomach any more of Messner's field trips. On the other hand, I had to go along. It all seemed to boil down to whether I wanted to get bipped now or later. Bipping isn't bad at all, Messner had said yesterday. After you are bipped, you can do routine work like everyone else. Never worry again about worrying. That guy who replaced you, for example, he was bipped. He's never made a mistake for 20 years. He never will. I closed my eyes. I thought of all the happy bottleheads walking the streets, out on the farms, doing their routine work, happy and carefree as long as they didn't worry. Human vegetables, the erased ones and the terrified ones who didn't know they were even scared. Cities full of dull-eyed ciphers. And now that I was outside it a little, I could see them with an awful clarity. And I thought, how many are as dumb as they appear to be? How many were just too frightened and numb to think? How many would stay frightened and numb so long that they would never be able to think even if they sometime decided to try? It was easy enough to assume that too much intelligence was an evil, a virus to be burned out. Was it better to have too little and become like the hillbilly? Oh, Messner had set my so-called quiescent IQ going all right. But how far would it go before it had gone far enough for his purpose? That night I had another bad dream, only it didn't really seem so bad as it should have been. A blind man was talking to me. Then I dreamed that a blind girl with a seeing eye dog was looking at me. She was about 15, maybe younger, dressed in a plain, flowered dress, tied in back with a ribbon. She had a soft, round face and her eyes were wide and opaque. The girl and dog seemed to come out of a mist and they whispered to me. It was frightening, but important, and I did remember what it was. I woke up shivering. I seemed to smell wet hair, and the window was open. I couldn't remember whether I had shut the window before I went to sleep or not. Mesner called me early the next morning. He looked the same in his wrinkled suit with the food stains on the lapels, and peeling an apple. Fred, have you ever heard a phrase sounding like "Come, and the blind shall lead them"? I appeared to be trying to think about it, then said I had never heard anything like that. You are positive about that? I don't remember it. You mean you might have, but you just can't remember it. I didn't say that. I doubt if I ever heard such a phrase. What about this one, "and the blind shall see again"? No, I said, you are sure? I looked directly at him, and he stopped peeling the apple. If I am supposed to have such a damn high quiescent IQ, why not let me in on a few things? What few things? These references to the blind. The Dirk song, some blind girl named Elsa. What are you trying to find out? I thought maybe you remembered something, that's all. I am pretty much in the dark myself. All I have are a few clues and theories. Clues? Theories? About what? Eggheads. Sabotage. What the crackpots could build, they can best destroy. They're blowing up factories, manufacturing, and power plants, machines, production. That's sabotage. I thought the whole idea in bringing about the era of normalcy was to do away with all mechanization, do everything with the hands like in the good old days. That's an ultimate goal, Fred. Drudges don't think they're happier, but the transition has to be more gradual. The eggheads want to take away all mechanization at once, create chaos and anarchy. They figure that will cause the bottleheads to revolt against the government. We can't catch the saboteurs. The saboteurs inside a blown-up factory, for example, we never know who they are. We bribe every worker, not a sign of a saboteur. So whoever does the dirty work is a mindless tool of the egghead underground, having no memory of having committed sabotage. Who are the couriers? The ones who make vital contact between the egghead underground and the saboteurs. The dumb saboteur has to get his highly complex directives from the eggheads. Who are the couriers? Why ask me? I know this much, Fred. Blind people are used as couriers. My knees felt weak. I couldn't say anything. All I could think about was my dreams. I want to show you something, Fred. Mesner led me through the other door. A bleak, concrete cubicle. No windows. A damp-walled gray cell. Two naked men lay on slabs, stroboscopes on their heads. Behind them, styluses recorded brainwave patterns on moving white strips. One of the men, the one on the left, was blind. His eyes staring up into the flicker were opaque. Look at those brainwave recordings, Fred. They're getting the same stimulus. We can give 1,000 bottleheads this stimulus with the flicker and get identical responses. But not the blind boys. We can't successfully buy a blind boy. The brain waves are radically different, and we've never figured out a way of codifying them. A blind bastard's never seen anything. The seeing eyes are trackers like radar, but a blind boy takes in reality and records it and keeps it in a different way. We can't get at the code easily, but I am getting it. I bipped plenty of blind boys and I am getting it, Fred. The blind are used for couriers. I know that much, for the simple reason that we can't buy meaningful info out of their scrambled think tanks. The naked men on the slabs moaned. One of them opened his mouth, and a bloody foam spread over his chin. What I am looking for now is a known courier who is also blind. Then I can pay him and check the info with the code I've worked out. He unbuttoned his coat and took a black handgun out of a holster strapped beneath his arm. Meanwhile, Fred, these bottleheads have had it. They're burned out. I heard the two sharp, echoing reports as Mesner shot them in the head. One of them beat his heels on the slab. Mesner pointed the smoking revolver. Even dead, the blind brain records differently. See there? I leaned against the wall. Through a crumbled hole down in the corner of damp concrete, I saw two red eyes and heard the rats squealing. Let's go, Fred. We've got some important field trips on today's schedule, and you still have a lot to learn. We went to Chicago. We set up some hidden electronic spy eyes in a big apartment building. They were to be checked later for evidence of someone there who was hiding an IQ of over 100. And that afternoon we ran down a renegade biochemist hiding in a tenement. He had disguised himself for a number of years as a plumber. Mesner bipped him, and an official security heliocar came down from Washington to take him away. When Mesner finished with the old man, he was hopping around like a monkey, making grotesque faces, giggling and yelling. TV cameramen were on hand. A reporter was commenting on the capture of another insane crackpot who has been living here under an assumed name while plotting and planning and building some diabolical machine with which to blow up the city. Our Department of Internal Security, exercising its eternal vigilance, captured him in time. Mesner and I took the heliocar back up into a clear blue sky and headed for Sauk City. Do you wonder, Fred, why we just don't kill them after they're bipped? What could it matter? It doesn't to them, but to us it matters. Public likes their scapegoats alive, more satisfying to hate live people. Public likes to see their dragons behind bars, humiliated, treated like crackpots. Makes a bottlehead feel good to see an egghead dancing like a monkey. Also prevents martyrs. Living men are never martyrs. So why are we going to Sauk City? I asked. I wanted to change the subject. Mesner had information that an ex-professor from some long-extinct university had been concealing a high IQ after having supposedly purged himself of it years before. He was supposed to have been caught by a brain-probing spy eye and was reported to have an IQ of over 160. Mesner talked of such an IQ as though it was a living time bomb that might go off any minute and blow Sauk City and the entire state to hell. He shot the heliocar along at 50 miles an hour. He held the T-bar in one hand and lit cigarettes with the other. What upset you so much, Fred? I mean that morning when I interrupted you sorting cards. I felt a warning click in my head. I remembered it. The eyes are the windows of the soul, Mesner. I thought. Couldn't look into the windows of a blind man. Could I? It hadn't been my own thought that had disrupted my idyllic, carefree life sorting cards. Mesner had said it to me. Just the unexpected break in the routine, I said. You've already explained it. My quiescent IQ is just too high to be a successful card sorter. It wasn't what I said. What did you say? I've forgotten. The eyes are the windows of the soul. But I was only quoting. Fred, some crackpot said that long ago. Why probe me about blind people? I never knew any. 90% of a human being's mental activity is underground, like most of an iceberg is underwater. How much of your past can you remember, Fred? Very little. The past is dead. Why should I remember it? Because a good intelligence depends on the past. Memory is a part of it. Without a past, you don't have a brain, and we've got to release our brains, Fred, for a while, until we can catch saboteurs and eggheads. I guess I've just been a patriot too long, I said. Remember attending Drake University 10 years ago, Fred? Sure, I said, fast as though it was unimportant. I was really beginning to sweat. I can remember if you keep prodding me. Sure I can. So what I purged myself, I forgot it. Schools weren't illegal then. But we've got to reawaken all those past memories, Fred. Make our brains work better even if a lot of double-dome stuff comes up. You'll remember a psyche prof named O'Hara. I felt suddenly dizzy, sick. A wavering wheel started turning in my head. I managed to stop it from turning so fast. I don't remember that at all, I said. Then of course you wouldn't remember that he was blind? In the darkness behind closed lids, I could see patterns of light begin to flicker, and threatening whispers dug at a fogging curtain. "Don't push it, Fred. It'll come." I am patient. If I weren't, then by this time I would be bipped myself and safely put away. He would get it all right, I knew. Sooner or later, he would tap it. First I would tap it, then Messner would tap it, and after that I never would worry again. I'd never worry about remembering or forgetting anything. I wouldn't even be me. A body with a bipped brain would walk around doing routine work and looking like me. But I'd be dead. I didn't want to die that way. Genuine physical death would be all right, but not that. Not that bipping treatment. Messner turned quickly and caught me staring at the outline of the handgun under his coat. He smiled. "You want one of these, Fred?" "Not yet," I said. "I don't remember enough yet." "I'm not smart enough yet. Tell me when you are ready." By the time we closed in on the professor in an old deserted house on the outskirts of Sauk City, he had managed to hang himself to a water pipe in the basement. He wore a pair of ragged pants. He was terribly thin, and his hair was white, and his toothless mouth gaped open and his jaws sucked in. I had never seen anyone appear so pitiful and so harmless as that old man hanging there. We untied the rope, and the body fell to the floor. Messner took a small disc from his case and put it over the dead man's heart, then stood up. "He's too dead. We should have gotten here a few minutes earlier." He seemed tired as he sat down on a soggy box. His hands were dirty with coal dust, and a smudge of it was on his face. This is it, I thought. Now was as good a time for it as any, because there wasn't any good time for it. He had all the advantage, and the longer it went on, the greater advantage he would have. It was only a question of time anyway, and I couldn't stand waiting. I lunged at him. I heard the faint whining sound, saw the flash, and the glint of the disc coming out of his pocket. A sudden, painless paralysis hit me, and I was helpless on my knees looking at Messner. He just stared at me morosely, tired, irritated a little. "You should know better, Fred. You are smart." "Go to hell," I said. He shook his head. "Not now, Fred, nor you either. It isn't me you want to get, Fred. You just don't want to get bipped. You ought to trust me. I don't want to, Bibe. You, now or ever." "I mean it. We need brains to catch eggheads, and that's my job. You are valuable. Everybody getting bipped. It isn't easy to get smart people these days. Bit me now then, you bastard. Get it over with. You'd better trust me. I am being honest. Some of these other orthodox jerks in security, they wouldn't fool with you. They would bibe you sooner than look at you. Why don't you? I've told you, for God's sake, you are a bright guy, and I am eager to learn, and I don't want to burn up any important info. Then I got it. Then I knew why he was keeping the biper off me. I thought about it all the way back to Washington, while Messner fed himself apples. I was supposed to have valuable unconscious info. Messner wanted it, but the old crackpots were right. The means not only created the ends, but could destroy the ends if the means were bad enough. You probe and pry into a man's brain deep and hard enough, and you come up with nothing. Your methods have destroyed the end. You burned out the truth you were trying to get. Messner was trying to get info from me without burning it up. The bastard was trying to have his bloody cake and eat it, but the insight didn't make my position any easier. He was going to get it some way. His talking and hinting and probing was designed to awaken vital memory in me, get it up into total consciousness where he could get at it with his instruments without the danger of burning it up. Soon as he got what he wanted, he would buy me. I couldn't keep him from getting it because I didn't know what it was. I couldn't keep on suppressing something if I didn't know what it was, and I knew that no one can consciously suppress knowledge in himself. In any case, for 2 more days I didn't hear from Messner. I indulged in feverish and ridiculous escape fantasies. There could be no escape for me. The educational voices from the Tevi drifted in and out. The greatest threat to man's happy survival is reason. Man was never intended to go above a certain mental level and become thereby a victim of his own imagination and complex fears. This disease of reason has been carried to its final suicidal limit by eggheads. No mention of sabotage. The carefree public must not hear of such disquieting things. All the public heard 24 hours a day was a voice telling them about the evils of reason. The destructiveness of overly developed brains, and the vicious criminality of eggheads after listening to that long enough and having all subversive level IQs purged, who could believe otherwise? How many believed otherwise? Now, did I? What in hell did Mesner want to dig out of me? Who? What? Why was I? I was still a bottle, but now there were countless cracks appearing in it. Then, Mesner called. Said we were going on another field trip that next afternoon. All right, I said. Some way or other I knew I would make this my last trip with Mesner. He had located a blind man, he said, who he knew had been a courier, a blind man definitely linked up with the recent sabotaging of a motor parts plant somewhere in Illinois. Mesner looked down on the shanty town from a high bluff above the river. The river rats' shanties were built half in, half out of the water, some of them on stilts, some of them actually consisting of dilapidated houseboats. Mesner said river rats were worse rebs even than hillbillies. They drifted up and down the rivers. You staged a raid, and they dissolved away into the river like rodents. Many of them skipped quarterly brain checks, but no one knew how many. Birth and death records weren't kept by river rats. I walked ahead of Mesner down a winding gravel path into rotting reeds by the river. Then we followed another muddy path toward the shanties. Frogs and insects hummed. A path of moonlight moved across the water. A ribby hound dog slunk away from me. A ragged kid looking wilder than the hound ran across the path and slipped soundlessly into the muddy water. Mesner pointed out the blind man's shack. Then he looked at me and smiled with that absurd little Cupid bow mouth. This isn't the time either, Fred. If you think we're not covered, you are wrong. You couldn't run 50 feet before they burned you down. We walked nearer the loosely boarded and sagging shack. You take the back, Fred, just remember, better later than now, and be careful. When these river rats get stirred up, they can cause a hell of a row. The entire goon squad would have to move in and there would be a mass bipping spree. Mesner crept nearer, then whispered. No light. You can't even tell if one of them's at home after dark. Why do they need a light? Go on. Watch the back door, Fred, and don't let this one slip by. I heard the front door crash inward. A man wearing only tattered pants ran out. He was thin and ribby like the dog, and I could see the moonlight shining on the opaque whiteness of his eyes. He ran directly at me, and I knew I wasn't going to try to stop him, but I didn't know why. Then Mesner came out and fired a small gun, smaller than the one under his coat. It wasn't the same. This was a nerve gun, and it curled the synaptic connections between neuron. The blind man collapsed and lay like a corpse at my feet. I knelt down and felt of him. Mesner whispered for me to drag the old man inside. I hooked my hands under his shoulders and pulled him into the shack. It didn't matter to me now, nor to the blind man. I thought he hardly weighed anything. His eyes were fixed in a white silence as Mesner shone a small flashlight into them. Then Mesner shut both doors and pulled a ragged cloth across the single window. He opened his case. He put the stroboscope on the blind man's head. The bluish light began to flicker over the staring, opaque eyes. I saw the nerve gun lying on the floor beside Mesner's hand. You are too late, I said. He's dead. I wouldn't have dragged him in here if I hadn't known he was dead. Mesner was breathing thickly. His fat, round face was pale and shiny with sweat. I know he's dead. He must have gulped a fast action poison soon as I came in the door. Maybe even the blind boys are deciding things are getting too hot. Messner worked the stroboscope. But he's dead, I said. Brain cells are the last to die, Messner said. Maybe I can pick up a little info yet. It burst out of me then as from an abscess. The bottle cracked into 1,000 fragments. I lunged at Messner. He seemed to roll away from me, and then he squatted there in the flickering light. He leveled the gun at me. So you are beginning to wake up, Fred? Probing a dead man, questioning the dead. Even a corpse was sacred no longer. The vile and horrible bastards, all of them. I don't care what happens to me, I said. That's noble of you. I am going to kill you. Why? You wouldn't understand. Maybe I wouldn't agree, but I'll understand, Fred. I know what you are thinking. What I am doing now is just too much right. The final indignity one human being could inflict on another right. A human mind should be sacred, even if it's dumb, even if it's dead, especially if it's dead right, Fred. I started around the rickety table toward him. Now it's set off, Fred. You are fired up now. That's what I've been waiting for. You are planted to sabotage security itself. Fred and I always knew that. Now we're going to find out all the rest of it. Now it's squeezing out of your unconscious and we can drain it, empty it all out. They put a lid on your mind, Fred, and I've taken it off. Put on the ethical pressure, put it heavy on your idealistic egghead morality. Steam it up hot, blow the lid off. It's working, Fred, is it? I said. I don't remember anything that would do you any good. I just know that it's wrong. The final horrible fraud. It isn't intelligence you guys want to wipe out, Messner. Not your own, not the big wheels in power. It's only certain kinds of thinking, undesirable thoughts, attitudes you don't like. Those are what you have to purge right, Fred. Only the wrong kind of eggheads. Me. Hell, I am an egghead too. Remember the prize pupil in your psych class at Drake University, Fred? Messner laughed. That was me. You can kill people, I said. You can't burn a sense of what's right or wrong out of people. That old dead blind man there has preserved something you can't touch. Too bad you won't be around to see how wrong you are, Fred. We can make people whatever we damn well want them to be. Your old ethical pals worked out the methods. We're using it for a different end. The front door squeaked. I felt a moist draft on my face, and a whisper in my brain. A few words. I don't remember what they were. But they were a key that opened floodgates of self-understanding and awareness. I remembered a lot then. A lot of things and feelings that warmed me. I had a wonderful sense of wholeness, and I was no longer afraid of being bipped, or afraid to die. There was an expression of complete triumph on Messner's face, and he knew what had happened to me, and he wanted it, all of it, sucked away into his briefcase. Just the same, the whisper from the doorway distracted his attention, and I went for him. In that second of time, I saw the little blind girl who had whispered that triggering phrase for my release, and behind her, the seeing eye dog. She was utterly unafraid and smiling at me. Courage, she was saying, and I could share it with her. She had sealed her own death in order to make me whole again. I smashed the flashlight off the table into the wall, and my weight drove Messner onto the floor. I managed to grab his arm, and we lay there in the dark, straining for the nerve gun. I began to hear the whir of heliocers. I twisted Messner's arm up and around and released the nerve gun's full charge directly into his face. A stammering scream came out of him. It was the scream of something not human, a full charge of that into the brain. It must have curled up the intricate connections and short-circuited his brain into an irreparable hash. I took the blind girl's hand and we ran toward the river. The sky was crossed with search beams, and in the deep darkness by the river, I was suddenly as blind as the girl who held my hand, We kept running and stumbling through the reeds. I felt her hand slip from mine. Then something hit me. It wasn't a localized impact, but something seemed to have hit me all over and moved through me as though my blood suddenly turned to lead. I tried to find the girl. I tried to crawl to the river, into the river, and near me I heard the girl say softly, "Goodbye now, Mr. Fredericks." "Don't worry, because you'll be brave. Thanks," I said. "Little girl, what's your name?" She didn't answer. I tried to call out to her again in the darkness, but I couldn't move my lips. Paralysis gripped me, and after that blackness, with the lights sometime later beginning to flicker against my tearing eyes, and then the horror. The Inquisition ended sooner than I thought it would after the awful intrusion. There isn't any farther awareness of time. After you are thoroughly invaded, after your private soul, every naked cell of your brain is peeled open, exposed to the raw glaring light. After that, you no longer care. What is? You has been obliterated the way a shadow is eaten by the burn of cold light. Your identity is gone. They take it. You are theirs. All of you belongs to them. You feel them pouring out your mind down to the pitiful dregs, as though they are pouring cups of coffee. The pain is a shredding, ripping, raveling horror. After that, there is no feeling at all, and this is worse. I told them everything I knew. What I couldn't tell, they tapped, tearing chunks out the way. You would rip pages and chapters out of a book. The responsible humanists, scientists, intellectuals had known what was coming. They prepared for it and set up the plan before the last days of the Egghead Purge. They set up the future saboteurs by a long, intricate process of psychodynamic conditioning. They did it in the universities before the schools were purged. Promising students were selected, worked on. Fredericks, a psychology student, was subjected to repeated hypnotic experiments. A blind professor named O'Hara did most of it. It was all there finally in Frederick's head. But then it was all suppressed, and finally Fredericks himself forgot that he knew. A delayed hypnotic response pattern. An analog is set up. Later it will be triggered off by a phrase, a word, a series of words repeated at conditioned response intervals. 10 years later he was working inside security itself. When circumstances were right, a blind courier was to have triggered off Frederick's suppressed knowledge, allowing him to sabotage the entire Department of Records and scientific method. So many scientists and intellectuals had already been purged that few remained among the available personnel of security who could have repaired a simple gasoline motor without a step-by-step chart taken from the Department of Records. It would have been a master coup for the underground, but Mesner had traced Frederick's identity back to Drake University, back to O'Hara. He had gotten suspicious and removed Fredericks from security. The blind girl had whispered the key phrase just the same, in order that Fredericks might face the ordeal of the Inquisition with as much pride, strength, and courage as possible. Only a free man, a man who fully respects himself as an individual and a human being, Fredericks told his inquisitors. Only a man who has learned why he is living can die like a man. Then they killed me. They tried to get more out of me. But what they wanted to know I knew nothing whatever about. I knew nothing about the underground, or the headquarters of the Eggheads. But by then, I was dead, and what they did was of no importance. I was no longer me. There was no awareness of being me. I had joined Dirksen and the renegade, biochemist, and all the others. I was hopping up and down in a cage before the Tebby cameras, and a reporter was talking to millions of smiling, carefree citizens and telling them how another vicious crackpot had been captured just in time to avert some terrible disaster which would have disturbed the status quo. Then I was taken away. Are you awake now, Mr. Fredericks? I opened my eyes. I was in a clean, white room, lying near a barred window. An attractive nurse smiled at me. She was holding a clipboard, and making notations on a report pad. "How do you feel now, Fred?" Painfully, I turned and saw several ghosts standing and sitting on the other side of the bed. I could see a door behind them partly opened onto a softly lit corridor. There was Dr. Malden, a famous anthropologist whom I had last seen in a newspaper headline during the Purge, and Dr. Mark Kahn, Nobel Prize winner in electrobiology, and Dr. Martinson, one-time head of the UN Research Foundation. Dr. Rothberg, social psychologist, all dead, all purged, bipped, and confined years ago. All ghosts. Only they were there, and they were alive, and they seemed glad to see me. All I knew was that I was alive again. I was aware of being me, and somehow I knew that these forgotten names were also alive again. Rothberg handed me a cigarette, and the nurse lit it for me. I remember that once I had liked cigarettes. "So what's happened?" I said. My voice was weak. My insides felt as though they were filled with grinding pieces of broken razor blades. "You are in Zany Ward, no 1-4, Dr. Rothberg said. "I don't believe I quite understand," I said carefully. "You will," Dr. Rothberg said. "Let's just say for a starter that when a man is bipped and brought here, we try to put him back together again. It's a long, painful process. Sometimes he's not quite the same, but we've done pretty good work. We rebuild burned-out circuits. We have to know exactly what you were before you were bipped, and we try to duplicate the pattern. Regeneration is slow and rough. You'll be all right." They shook hands with me and smiled down at me and went out. The pretty nurse gave me a pill, and I lay back and thought about it. It was logical enough, and I started to laugh. During the months after that, while the slow process of relearning and regeneration continued, I learned more about the zany wards. Serious as it was, and as much as there was yet to be done, it was always amusing. As eggheads were apprehended and confined, they were rehabilitated, put back together again, in a way you could say fissioned. The eggheads are the inmates. They run the zany wards, which are used also as bases of operation in a continuing attempt to disrupt the era of normalcy. Great scientific labs are concealed underground. When security inspection committees appear on the scene, we all put on our acts. We dance, make faces, act like monkeys, and giggle. Dr. Rothberg told me yesterday that if our sabotage work doesn't soon cause people to rebel against the era of normalcy, it won't be long before we'll be the only sane people left in the world. End of Dark Windows by Bryce Walton.
Earth Transit by Charles L. Fontenay. When murder occurs on a spaceship, the number of suspects is at an absolute minimum, and Leffler was that minimum. The center deck chronometer said 1840 hours. That startled Leffler into full wakefulness. He was 40 minutes overdue in relieving Mackie in the control room. That wasn't like Mackie, he thought, as he pulled on his coveralls hastily. Mackie was as punctual and as thorough as the maze of machinery whose destiny he guided. He was as cold as that machinery, too, when others made a mistake. It made him an efficient spaceship captain and a disliked man. Leffler shook his head to clear it of dream-haunted memories. He had awakened from a nightmare in which somewhere there was angry shouting to find himself floating midway from floor to ceiling of the center deck of the Marsward 4. Somehow, his retaining straps had become unbuckled, letting him float free of his bunk in his sleep. Not pausing to fold his bunk back against the curving hull, Leffler made his way briskly up the companionway, through the empty and darkened astrogation deck, and into the control room. "Mackie," he called to the figure reclining in the control chair. "Mackie, I am due to relieve you. You are 40 minutes overtime." There was no answer. Floating up to the control chair, Leffler recoiled, bouncing painfully off the automatic pilot. Mackie was dead. Death had robbed his wide eyes of their dark scorn and smoothed the bitter lines of his heavy face. His coveralls were charred around the heat beam burned in his chest. The heat gun bumped against Leffler's shoulder and drifted away at an angle across the gravityless control room. Leffler stared after it in horror. Licking dry lips, he punched the communicator button. "Blue alert," he croaked into the microphone. "All hands to control room. Blue alert." Anchoring himself to the automatic pilot, he studied Mackey's body as dispassionately as he could. The captain was still strapped in the cushioned chair. Oddly, he was wearing gloves. The log tape was in the recorder beside the control chair. Clipped to a metal leaf on the stanchion beside the chair was Mackey's notepad. Scrawled on it in the captain's handwriting was the notation, 73rd day Earth transit. "What's up, Leffler?" asked a voice behind him. Leffler turned to face Tat, the ship's doctor. Tat, a plump, graying man, was wiping his hands on the white smock he wore. Leffler moved aside, letting Tat see Mackey's body. Tat's eyes widened momentarily, then narrowed with a professional gleam. He stepped quickly to Mackey's side, made as if to pick up the dead captain's wrist, then turned back to Leffler with a fatalistic flick of his hands. "What was it, Leffler?" he asked in a low voice. "A fight." "I don't know," said Leffler. "I found him that way." Tat raised his eyebrows. "Rob Wood?" he asked softly. Rob Wood's head poked up through the companionway, and he floated into the control room. There was a streak of grease across the engineer's thin face. "Great space!" exclaimed Rob Wood at once. "What happened to Mackey?" "Obviously he's been shot," said Leffler in an even voice. "Any idea who did it, Rob Wood?" "Wait a minute," objected Tat mildly. "That sounds like you are accusing Rob Wood, Leffler." "I am not," said Leffler hastily. "I am not leaving you out, Tat. But there are only the three of us. One of you must have killed him." "Great space! You don't think that I—" began Rob Wood. "Just to get the record straight." "Leffler," interrupted Tat, "let's put it this way. One of the three of us must have killed him. It was not only Leffler's duty watch. As astrogator, he became acting captain as a result of Mackey's death. Moving to the side of the dead Mackey, he turned the ship's radio transmitter toward distant Earth and pressed the sending key. "Marsward 4 to White Sands," he called. Marsward 4 to White Sands. It would be several minutes before a reply could reach them. Tat, on the other side of the control chair, was examining Mackey's corpse. Rob Wood stood peering over his shoulder. Leffler waited to see which one would comment first on the fact that Mackey was wearing gloves. Neither appeared to notice it, but the gloves put a thought into Leffler's own mind. Fingerprints. He looked around the control room and found the heat gun bumping against the celestial camera. He pushed himself across the room, pulling a handkerchief from the back pocket of his coveralls as he did so. He wrapped the heat gun in a handkerchief, stuck it in a drawer beneath one of the control panels, locked the drawer and put the key in his pocket. The loudspeaker buzzed. "Marsward 4, this is Captown," said a slightly wavery voice. "We're relaying you to White Sands. Go ahead, please." Leffler picked up the mic. "Marsward 4 to White Sands," he said. "This is Leffler, astrogator. Mackey, captain, shot to death under unknown circumstances. I am assuming command. Instructions, please." Tat turned away from Mackey's body. "He's been dead about 30 minutes. Tat looked at the control room chronometer. It said 19.6 hours. "I am going to list the time in the death certificate as 18:30. You can tell?" asked Rob Wood in astonishment. "By the eyes," said Tat. "Wait a minute," said Leffler. "It was only 18:40 when I started up here." "You mean he'd been dead only 10 minutes then?" "He was already 40 minutes overdue waking me for my duty watch." "Could be 10 or 15 minutes either way," conceded Tat. "If he was late, don't forget that we don't know what happened up here. One of us does," reminded Leffler grimly. Capitan to Marsward 4, said the loudspeaker. Relaying instructions from White Sands. Leffler's temporary command of ship confirmed. All personnel will be booked on suspicion of murder and mutiny on arrival at Marsport. Captain Mackey's body will be preserved and brought down at Marsport. Each crew member will dictate a statement on the circumstances of Captain Mackey's death and an outline of his past association with Captain Mackey separately, on this beam for relay to Marsport. The three looked at each other. "That's that," said Leffler. "Robwood, if you and Tate will take Mackey's body away and secure it outside the airlock, I'll get the ship's records up to date." Tat unbuckled Mackey's body from the control chair. It did not change its slightly bent position as it drifted slowly upward. "Why do you reckon he's wearing gloves, Leffler?" Tat asked curiously. "I wondered when one of you fellows was going to say something about that," burst out Robwood, a curious break in his voice. "All of us have been glaring at each other, suspecting each other, when Mackey could have committed suicide." "Mackey?" retorted Leffler dryly. "I doubt it." Pushing Mackey's body down the hatch toward the airlock at the other side of the personnel sphere would have been an easy task for one man, but Leffler wanted Tate and Robwood to watch each other. He didn't want an accidental push to send the prime bit of evidence drifting away into space. When they had disappeared down the hatch with the corpse, he eased himself into the control chair and played back the log from the end of Robwood's last shift at 1000 hours. Mackey had recorded the usual observations of the solar, stellar, and planetary positions when he went on duty. There was nothing else on the tape. Leffler stared gloomily at the silent log recorder. It seemed incredible to him that never again, except on tape, would he hear Mackey's harsh, sardonic voice. The almost inaudible hum of machinery deep in the ship only emphasized the oppressive stillness of space outside its thin walls. With a sigh, he picked up the log recorder microphone and pulled the star sextant down to eye level. He would record the bare facts of Mackey's death after the initial position observations. Marsward 4. Bound Marsport from White Sands, he recited in a monotone. Earth time, October 29, 2048, 1931 hours. Leffler reporting for duty and assuming command as per conversation with White Sands, to be recorded this date. He squinted into the sextant positions. Sunday Mars, 24 they, 2842. Sunday, Earth. He broke off. Where was Earth? Then he remembered. "Damn," he muttered. "The transit. A murder sure messes up the records around here." The Earth transit was an event of considerable importance to an astrogator on a hop between Earth and Mars. Mars-bound, it began on the 73rd day out, Earthbound on the 187th day. Timing it, spaceship observers not only checked the accuracy of the ship's orbit, but also contributed data to the massive knowledge available on the movements of Earth and Mars. Leffler found the black disk of Earth in the smoked glass that automatically fell across the sextant lens when it swept by the sun. He checked the angle between the black spot and the leading edge of the solar disk. "Earth transit already underway," he said into the mic. "Angle with leading edge, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. He went around the sky recording planetary and key stellar positions. He had just finished and switched the tape of his conversation with Earth to record in the log when Tad and Robwood returned. "Mackey's body will keep out there as well as in a refrigerator," said Tate, with evident satisfaction. "Robwood tied the airlock into the alarm system so nobody can go out and cut the body free without arousing the others." "You are both mighty cooperative for one of you to be a murderer," remarked Leffler. "Maybe neither of us is," said Robwood. "As far as I am concerned, you may be the man, or, as Robwood suggested earlier, Mackey may have shot himself," added Tat. "Robwood, you and I are going to have to do 12-hour watches from here to Mars, since Tat doesn't know how to operate the controls," said Leffler. "I'll stay on duty till 600, and you'd better get some sleep after you've radioed your statement to White Sands." "Okay," said Robwood. "But are we still going to record star positions in the log every 8 hours, or just every 12 hours now?" 12, I think. But the Earth transits on right now, and until Terra swings across that half a degree of the sun's face, we better take readings on that every 4 hours, anyhow. Well, that's just for a little more than 2 days, said Rob Wood. Look, Leffler, I'm overdue on my sleeping time anyway, so how about letting me make my statement on Mackie first? Blast away, said Leffler. The mic's yours. We'll leave the control room so you'll feel freer to talk. Leffler munched thoughtfully on a hot sandwich. Across the control room in the astrogator's chair, Tat sucked at a bulb of coffee. Nice of you to fix up this lunch, Tat, said Leffler. I am not tied strictly to the control room during my watch, you know. But little things like this relax the tension. Yes, it's a peculiar situation, Leffler, said Tat, in a tone that indicated he had been thinking about it. Psychologically, I mean. Now, if there were only the two of us, and Mackie drifting out there dead, both of us would know who shot him. With 3 of us, it's different. You and I are sitting here talking as though neither of us killed Mackie. Maybe you hadn't thought of it, but that means that tacitly, for now, we're assuming Rob Wood killed him. But, for all I know, you did. And, if you didn't, for all you know I did, until we find out, I have to suspect you both, said Leffler flatly. I could say the same thing, murmured Tat. But one of us may be lying. Of course Mackie could have shot himself, as Rob Wood suggested, said Leffler. If he had relaxed his grip on the heat gun after pressing the trigger, it would have drifted up away from him. There were the gloves, you know. Why wouldn't Mackie want his fingerprints on the gun if he were committing suicide? Objected Tad. I'll concede that Mackie had strong sadistic tendencies, but my guess is that the murderer put those gloves on him just to raise the possibility of suicide. Tat finished his coffee and left the control room. Leffler washed down the last bit of his sandwich with his own coffee and called White Sands on the radio. When he received an acknowledgement after the inevitable delay, he began to dictate his statement. Leffler told of waking from his sleep period and finding himself 40 minutes late for his watch. He described his discovery of Mackie's body, what followed, and everything he could remember of what Todd and Rob Wood had said when they came to the control room. Mackie was thoroughly detested by every member of the crew. Leffler related. He did not fraternize, and no one wanted to fraternize with him because he was treacherous. In the midst of an apparently friendly conversation, he would suddenly unveil his authority with some biting and belittling remark. He never let anyone forget he was captain. Rob Wood was afraid of him and hated him intensely. Rob Wood had told me privately he intended to ask for a transfer to another ship after this hop to Mars. Mackie held Rob Wood in considerable scorn because Rob Wood is a timid man and a slow thinker outside his own field of engineering. Mackie made no effort to conceal that scorn. Tat was as contemptuous of Mackie as Mackie was of Rob Wood. Mackie was ruthless with any open attempt to question his judgment. But Tide could do it with a raised eyebrow, his tone of voice, or a well-chosen phrase. Mackie sensed this, and alternated between treating Tat as more of an equal than either Rob Wood or me, and riding Tat harder than anyone else. Rob Wood and Tat have been aboard with us for the last 5 hops, but I've been with Mackie since both of us graduated from the Space Academy. We were boys together, but I have never liked Mackie. He always had too little respect for human dignity. He was a good space captain, because he was a genius with such impersonal things as machinery and astrogation, and I have never known him to slip up on a record or let a ship get a single second off course. But mankind is better off without him. Leffler signed off and laid the microphone down. He realized, suddenly, that he was perspiring, and his hands were trembling. The statement had been a major emotional strain. Unstrapping himself from the control chair, he floated down past the astrogation deck and looked in on the center deck. Both Tat and Rob Wood were strapped to their bunks, apparently asleep. Satisfied, Leffler returned to the control room. He wanted to listen without embarrassing interruptions to Thiessen and Rob Wood's statements as he transferred them from the radio recording tape to the ship's log. The tapes rolled on the two connected machines, the log tape slowly, the radio tape at a faster clip. A loudspeaker was plugged into the radio tape machine. Leffler kept it turned low, though the center deck was 2 decks down. I woke Mackie at 930 hours. It was Rob Wood's low voice on the tape. He relieved me right at 1000 hours. I went down to the center deck and had a late lunch. Leffler strapped himself in for his sleeping period while I was eating. Tayat ate lunch with me, and then we played cards for about an hour. We do that almost every day when Tayat's sleeping periods are on the same schedule as mine. He changes his because he's a psychologist and wants to watch all the crew members. I check the rocket engines and the fuel tanks every 25 days. When the Earth transit is coming up, I always do it 2 days ahead of time, in case there are any corrections to be made in the ship's orbit. I got into a spacesuit and spent the rest of my free period outside the personnel sphere doing that. I took a break for supper, I'd say about 1600 hours, and went back to my inspection. Tay ate with me, and Leffler was asleep. Mackie didn't eat with us. He did sometimes, but not often. He usually wanted to eat alone. With the Earth transit about due, I figured he'd already eaten and gone back to the control room. I was late for my sleeping period, but I wanted to finish my inspection. I had just gotten back through the airlock and was taking my spacesuit off when I heard Leffler call from the control room. He and Tate were both there when I got there. I didn't like Mackie, but neither did Tate and Leffler. I suppose it'll come out, so I might as well tell about it. Mackie broke up my engagement with a girl back on Earth several years ago. I wasn't going to sign on for the Mars hop because I was going to get married. Mackie couldn't find an engineer to replace me, and he smooth-talked her out of it. He told me about it a long time afterward and laughed at me. I haven't ever seen her again. Leffler and Todd are both decent fellows, and I don't think either one of them killed Mackie. I think he shot himself. He ought to have. Rob Wood's final words were spoken in an outburst of concentrated bitterness. Leffler stared thoughtfully at the unwinding tapes as he waited for Tat's report to tune in. He hadn't known that about Rob Wood's fiancée, but it was the sort of thing Mackie wouldn't hesitate to do. The last time I saw Mackie, came Tat's calm, controlled voice from the loudspeaker, was 16:15 hours. He had just finished lunch and was going back to the control room when I came onto the center deck from the storage deck below. Rob Wood came up from below a couple of minutes later and we ate supper together. Rob Wood and I usually play a round of cards after supper when we're on the same schedule. But he was busy and I was in the middle of an experiment in the lab I have set up on the storage deck. We went down to the storage deck together. He went on below to the airlock, and I started the moving picture camera again on my experiment. I didn't go up again until the flare sounded the alarm. He was alone with Mackie in the control room when I got there, and Mackie was dead. I must admit it is my personal feeling that whichever of my colleagues killed Mackie is a benefactor to the human race, and I hope he escapes punishment. I did not know Mackie before Rob Wood and I signed up together on the Marsward 4-5 voyages ago. I made the mistake of entering into a business transaction with him on our first Mars trip. He needed my capital, and we became partners in purchasing a block of stock in a private dome enterprise. He accused me several times afterward of cheating him, but he handled the dividends and I think he was cheating me. As a psychologist, I would say that Leffler is more likely to have killed Mackie coldly and deliberately, but Rob Wood is more likely to have killed him in the heat of an argument. Tat's voice stopped. Leffler turned off the machines and disconnected them, an argument he had heard shouting in his dreams. Was that what had awakened him? He tried to bring the dream into focus. It barely eluded him. All he could remember was that it was something about Mackie. Both Tat and Rob Wood were up by 400 hours. They brought their breakfast to the control room, along with coffee for Leffler. It was a pleasant meal for the three of them. No one really seemed to care that one of the others was a murderer, Leffler thought. They talked and acted more like companions in crime, or like the murderer was none of them, but someone lurking somewhere else in the ship. He wished he did not feel impelled to find out, if he could, who killed Mackie. But he knew that Todd would be trying to find out too, if Todd hadn't done it, because Todd was a psychologist and would look at it as a scientific problem. Rob Wood was the only one who might be temperamentally inclined to let the solution wait until they reached Mars. When Rob Wood took over duty watch at 600 hours, Leffler found Tat listening to a tape on criminal psychology on the center deck. "Tat, didn't I hear you say you were working on some sort of an experiment on the storage deck while Mackie was on watch yesterday?" asked Leffler. Tat switched off the player. "That's what I was doing," he said carefully. "But I don't remember saying anything about it. I listened to the reports you and Rob Wood made while I was recording them in the log," admitted Leffler. "I was interested in your estimate of Rob Wood's and my comparative abilities to commit murder." Tat removed his spectacles, polished them, and put them in his breast pocket before answering. "I am not surprised that you listened, Leffler, whether you are guilty or innocent," said Tat. "You probably noted that I mentioned I was recording my experiments on film. If you'll go below with me, I'd like for you to see that film." Together, they pulled themselves down to the storage deck. Over near the main electrical switchboard, Rob Wood had torn out 3 empty spacesuit lockers and built a compact laboratory for Tat. A dozen white mice and some hamsters floated in cages attached to the wall. For Tat's convenience, Rob Wood had moved the storage deck chronometer from the other side of the deck to the lab. It read 607. Tat unrolled a screen against one of the spacesuit lockers, attached the film roll to the projector, darkened the deck, and began the showing. The film began on Tat's face, blurred and enormously enlarged. As he switched on the camera, Tat stepped backward until he was in focus and picked up the microphone that tied into the soundtrack. "This is an experiment with white mice in a maze under conditions of zero gravity," said the Tat on the screen. Stepping aside, he waved a hand at a wire contraption on a table. "I have here a 3-dimensional maze. The chronometer is visible above it so we can check the reaction time." Leffler noted the chronometer reading. It was 1500. In the day square just below its center was the figure 73. Leffler checked the chronometer in the picture as the film ran on. There was an announced break between 1612 and 1654. Other than that, it ran continuously to 1851, when his own voice sounded faintly, calling, "Blue alert! All hands to control room, blue alert!" At that, Tat's startled face loomed up again before the lens, and the film stopped abruptly. Throughout the approximately 3 hours, Tat was always in the camera's view, running his mice through the maze and explaining his methods. "What was that 40-minute break?" Tat asked Leffler when Tat switched the lights on once again. "Supper," said Tat. "Rob Wood and I ate together and came back down from the center deck together. I saw Mackie leave the center deck when I went up, but Rob Wood got there a minute or two later and I don't think he saw Mackie." "You seem to have established a pretty good alibi," said Leffler slowly. "How about Rob Wood? Leffler, for your sake. I hate to say this, the only time Rob Wood was above the storage deck from the time I started this film was when we had supper together. I'd have seen him if he'd passed through, and the only way he could have gotten into the control room would have been through one of the ports. He couldn't without breaking it and setting off an alarm," said Leffler. "Are you trying to tell me you think I killed Mackie, Tat?" "I was here," said Tat, waving his hand at the projector. "I was between Rob Wood and the control room all the time. You are the only one who could have gotten there without my seeing you. Leffler and I found you alone with him 15 minutes after he died." "You are sure about that 15 minutes? Within a pretty narrow range, the dilation of the pupils is an accurate gauge. I don't say you killed him, Leffler. I hope they rule it was suicide." Silently, Leffler went back to the center deck, undressed and strapped himself into his bunk. He found it hard to get to sleep. Something was nagging at the back of his mind. He hoped he wouldn't dream of Mackie again. When Leffler assumed his duty watch at 1800, he asked Rob Wood to stay in the control room with him for a talk. Rob Wood strapped himself in the astrogator's chair and waited while Leffler made the position readings. Then Leffler swung his chair around to face Rob Wood. "I want to check some things with you, Rob Wood," he said. "I've listened to your report in Tats, and I've seen a film of Tats that seems to give you both an alibi. After Mackie relieved you and you ate lunch, was supper time, the only time you came back into the personnel sphere?" "That's right," said Rob Wood. "Tat and I played cards a while after lunch, but I think you were awake then." "How long did your supper period last?" "Oh, half an hour, maybe a little longer. You were asleep and snoring." Leffler shook his head savagely. "Rob Wood, I'm afraid you are going to have to take over the ship. I want you to put me in irons and turn me over for Mackie's murder when we get to Marsport." Rob Wood started so violently he almost broke his retaining straps. He stared at Leffler for a full 30 seconds before he found his voice. "You are not serious," he exclaimed. There was a pleading note to his tone. "Leffler, you didn't shoot him, did you?" "I must have, Rob Wood, but not consciously. I've been able at last to remember a nightmare I had just before I found Mackie's body. Mackie and I were boys together, and he was just as mean and evil then as he was when he grew up. I was dreaming about the time Mackie smashed my toy electric train and laughed about it. I tried to kill him then. I beat him with the semaphore and cut his face all up before he knocked me down and kicked me half senseless. I lived through that experience again in my dream. My bunk straps were loose when I woke up. I must have acted that dream out in a semi-conscious state. I must have gone up to the control room, tackled Mackie, and finally shot him." "That's the silliest thing I ever heard of," retorted Rob Wood. "It must be true, Rob Wood. Neither you nor Tayat could have killed him, and Tayat's got the film to prove it." Rob Wood unstrapped himself and pushed himself to the companionway with some determination. "Well, I'm not going to take over the ship, and I'm not going to put you in irons," he said spiritedly. "I couldn't handle the ship on a 24-hour basis for the next 186 days, and I'd rather think Mackie killed himself." He paused at the top of the companionway. "Don't forget," he said, "the Earth transit ought to be at midpoint in a couple of hours." Then he disappeared below. Leffler took the magnetized pencil from the memorandum pad and wrote a reminder. "E10 midpoint. Should check 28-1654. Leffler leaned back gloomily in the control chair. Had he killed Mackie? It seemed the only way it could have happened unless Mackie had, indeed, committed suicide. And he just didn't think Mackie had. The chronometer said 1839, exactly 24 hours ago. He had awakened from a nightmare and had come up to find Mackie dead in this same chair. It seemed a century. He glanced idly back at the memorandum pad. 28, 1564. He'd have to make an entry in the log in a little under 2 hours. How could he check accurately when the time of entry into transit was estimated? 24 plus 2. 26. He sat bolt upright, straining at his straps. He snapped down the communicator button. "Rob Wood, come back up here," he bellowed. Unbuckling himself hastily, Leffler headed across the room toward the heat gun rack. Tat was playing solitaire, waiting patiently for Rob Wood, when Leffler and Rob Wood came down to the center deck together. Leffler pointed a heat gun at Taya. "Go below and get the irons, Rob Wood," he said. "Tat, I am sorry, but I am arresting you for the murder of Mackie." Tat raised an eyebrow and continued shuffling cards. "I don't think you want to do anything like that, Rob Wood," he said mildly. "Do you?" Rob Wood hesitated and cast an anxious glance at him, but turned and headed for the companionway to the storage deck. "You've convinced him, have you, Leffler?" said Tat. "I didn't believe you were guilty, but this makes me think you are." Leffler said nothing, but held the gun steadily on Tayat. Tat appeared relaxed. but Leffler sensed a tension in him. "What makes you think I did it?" Leffler sparred Tate. The light glinted from his spectacles as he turned his eyes from Leffler's face to watch the shuffling cards. "Two things," said Leffler. "If I'd killed him in a half-asleep daze, I wouldn't have put gloves on him to make it look like suicide. Second, your film started at 1500, a strangely precise hour, and Mackie was killed before then. The first point is good psychology," conceded Tate. "Since Robwood couldn't have done it, I'll admit it looks like suicide. Which your second point doesn't hold water. Medical examination is accurate almost to a fine point on the time of death so soon afterward. Medical evidence may not lie, but the examiner can tell it," said Leffler. The clank of the chains resounded up the companionway. Robwood was coming back. The spring in Tate uncoiled. With a single sweep, he hurled the deck of cards at Leffler's head and surged upward. Leffler lost his balance and fell sidewise as he dodged the improvised missile. But even as he lost his equilibrium, he pressed the trigger of the heat gun and brought it downward in a fast chop. The straps that held Tate to his chair were his doom. The searing beam swept across them, freeing him, but at the same time blasting a 6-inch swath across his stomach. Tate screamed hoarsely as the beam swung past him and burned along the floor of the center deck. Leffler regained his balance and floated to Tate's side, pushing aside the cards that drifted in a swirling cloud about the room. Robwood appeared from below, the manacles in his hands. "Your third point wins the day," gasped Tate, his hands writhing over his mangled abdomen. "I won't last long, but if you'll get me to the control room, I'll radio a confession that'll clear you and Robwood completely." "Help me get him to a bunk, Robwood," ordered Leffler, grasping Tate by the arms. "Tate, you'll have to tell us what to do for you." "No use," groaned Tate. He managed a ghastly smile. "I unbuckled your bunk straps to throw you off course, Leffler, but I don't want you to think I was trying to blame it on you. I was trying to make it look like Mackie killed himself." "But why, Tate?" "It wasn't just that Mackie cheated me," replied Tate with some difficulty. "I'd saved several $1,000s to build a little clinic in Mars City, something I've dreamed of all my life. That's why I let Mackie talk me into investing. I needed just a little more, but the business was almost worthless. He stole most of my money. I was arguing with him about it in the control room when he drew the gun and threatened to kill me. He was strapped down. I wrestled with him and he was killed in the scuffle. That's it." They maneuvered Tate into a bunk and tried to arrange the straps to avoid the gaping wound in his stomach. Tate raised his hand weakly and removed his spectacles. He blinked up at Leffler. "I didn't think you knew enough about medicine to tell how long a man had been dead," he said. "I don't," said Leffler. "But you set the time of Mackie's death at 1830 hours. You said you could tell." The Earth transit started at 1612. Tate: "I've known Mackie all my life. If he'd been alive then, he'd have recorded it in the log, and he didn't. I just figured the only man who had any reason to lie deliberately about the time of Mackie's death was the man who shot him." Leffler looked at the center deck chronometer. It was 20:25. "Do what you can for him, then bring him up to the radio, Robwood," he said. "I've got to get up to the control room and record the midpoint of the Earth transit." End of Earth Transit by Charles L. Fontenay.
Welcome back to Weird Worlds. Join us on a journey through the pages of old, dusty, weird pulp magazines. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you.
King of the Hill by James Blish. A madman can be prevented from bomb throwing, but a mad world it did Colonel Hal Gascoigne no good whatsoever to know that he was the only man aboard Satellite Vehicle 1. No good at all. He had stopped reminding himself of the fact some time back, And now, as he sat sweating in the perfectly balanced air in front of the bombardier board, one of the men spoke to him again. "Colonel, sir." Gascoigne swung around in the seat, and the sergeant, Gascoigne could almost remember the man's name, threw him a snappy Air Force salute. "Well, Bomb 1 is prime, sir. Your orders." "My orders?" Gascoigne said wonderingly, but the man was already gone. Gascoigne couldn't actually see the sergeant leave the control cabin, but he was no longer in a well he tried to remember. Another voice rang in the cabin, as flat and rasy as all voices sound on an intercom. "Radar room, on target." A regular, meaningless peeping, the timing circuit, had cut in. Orne had it. There was nobody in the radar room. There was nobody in the bomb hold either. There had never been anybody on board at CV-1 but Gascoigne, not since he had relieved Grinnell, and Grinnell had flown the station up here in the first place. Then who had that sergeant been? His name was... It was... The hammering of the teletype blanked it out. The noise was as loud as a pom-pom in the echoing metal cave. He got up and coasted across the deck to the machine, gliding in the gravity-free cabin with the ease of a man to whom free fall is almost second nature. The teletype was silent by the time he reached it, and at first the tape looked blank. He wiped the sweat out of his eyes. There was the message. MEVCX's LKJH Jeveps as P-Phi AIUEUIQ. Palzami got out his copy of The Well-Tempered Pogo and checked the speeches of Grundu and the Beaver Chile for the key letter sequence on which the code was based. There weren't very many choices. You had to clear in 10 minutes. Bohm 1, Washington. 1700 HRS Tamin Annie. There it was. That was what he had been priming the bomb for, but there should have been earlier orders, giving him the go-ahead to prime. He began to rewind the paper. It was all blank. And Washington, why would the Joint Chiefs of Staff order him, Colonel Gascoigne, sir? Gascoigne jerked around and returned the salute. "What's your name?" he snapped. "Sweeney, sir," the corporal said. Actually, it didn't sound very much like Sweeney or like anything else. It was just a noise. Yet the man's face looked familiar. "Ready with bomb 2, sir." The corporal saluted, turned, took 2 steps, and faded. He did not vanish, but he did not go out the door either. He simply receded, became darker and harder to distinguish, and was no longer there. It was as though he and Gascoigne had disagreed about the effects of perspective in the glowing earthlight, and Gascoigne had turned out to be wrong. Numbly he finished rewinding the paper. There was no doubt about it. There, the order stood. Black on yellow, as plain as plain. Bomb the capital of your own country at 1700 hours. Just incidentally, bomb your own home in the process. But don't give that a second thought. Be thorough. Drop 2 bombs. Don't worry about missing by a few seconds of arc and hitting Baltimore instead, or Silver Spring, or Milford. Dell. Sig will give you the coordinates, but plaster the area anyhow. That's a soupé. Rubbery fingers. Gascoigne began to work the keys of the teletype. Sending on the frequency of Civilian Intelligence Group, he typed, "Helt shout Ceres. Repeat Cernus person. Nel trouble stop. Don't know how long I can keep it done. Stop. Urgian Casco NSV1 stop." Behind him, the oscillator peeped rhythmically, timing the drive on the launching rack trunnion. "Radar room on target." Gascoigne did not turn. He sat before the bombardier board and sweated in the perfectly balanced air inside his skull. His own voice was shouting. "Stop. Stop. Stop." That, as we reconstructed it afterwards, is how the SV-1 affair began. It was pure luck, I suppose, that Gascoigne sent his message direct to us. Civilian intelligence group is rarely called into an emergency when the emergency is just being born. Usually Washington tries to do the bailing job first. Then, when Washington discovers that the boat is still sinking, it passes the bailing can to us, usually with the demand that we transform it into a centrifugal pump on the double. We don't mind. Washington's failure to develop a government department similar in function to CB is the reason why we're in business. The profits, of course, go to affiliated enterprises. Incor, the loose corporation of universities and industries which put up the money to build ueil-Timac, and ueil-Timac is in turn the reason why Washington comes running to Sieg so often. This time, however, it did not look like the big computer was going to be of much use to us. I said as much to Joan Hadamard, our social sciences division chief, when I handed her the message. She said. Personnel trouble? What does he mean? He hasn't got any personnel on that station. This was no news to me. Siege provided the figures that got the SCV-1 into its orbit in the first place, and it was on our advice that it carried only one man. The crew of a space vessel either has to be large or it has to be a lone man. There is no intermediate choice. An SCV-1 wasn't big enough to carry a large crew, not to carry them and keep the men from flying at each other's throats sooner or later, that is. He means himself, I said. That's why I don't think this is a job for the computer. It's going to have to be played person to person. It's my bet that the man's responsibility happy. The danger was always implicit in the one-man recommendation. The only decent solution is a full complement, Joan agreed, once the Pentagon can get enough money from Congress to build a big station. What puzzles me is, why did he call us instead of his superiors? That's easy. We process his figures. He trusts us. The Pentagon thinks we're infallible, and he's caught the disease from them. That's bad, I said. I've never denied it. No, what I mean is that it's bad that he called us instead of going through channels. It means that the emergency is at least as bad as he says it is. I thought about it another precious moment longer while Joan did some quick dialing. As everybody on Earth, with the possible exception of a few Tibetans, already knew. The man who rode at CV-1 rode with 3 hydrogen bombs immediately under his feet, bombs which he could drop with great precision on any spot on the Earth. Gascoigne was, in effect, the sum total of American foreign policy. He might as well have had spatial supremacy stamped on his forehead. What does the Air Force say? I asked Joan as she hung up. They say they're a little worried about Gascoigne. He's a very stable man, but they had to let him run a month over his normal replacement time. Why, they don't explain. He's been turning in badly garbled reports over the last week. They're thinking about giving him a dressing down, thinking they better be careful with that stuff or they'll hurt themselves. Joan, somebody's going to have to go up there. I'll arrange fast transportation and tell Gascoigne that help is coming. Who should go? I don't have a recommendation, Joan said. Better ask the computer. I did so, on the double. Toltemic said, Harris. Good luck, Peter, Joan said calmly. Too calmly. Yeah, I said. Or good night. Exactly what I expected to happen as the ferry rocket approached SV-1 I don't now recall. I had decided that I couldn't carry a squad with me. If Gascoigne was really far gone, he wouldn't allow a group of men to disembark. One man, on the other hand, he might pass. But I suppose I did expect him to put up an argument first. Nothing happened. He did not challenge the ferry, and he didn't answer hails. Contact with the station was made through the radar automatics, and I was put off on board as routinely as though I was being let into a movie, but a lot more rapidly. The control room was dark and confusing, and at first I didn't see Gascoigne anywhere. The Earthlight coming through the observation port was brilliant, but beyond the edges of its path the darkness was almost absolute. broken only by the little stars of indicator lenses. A faint snicking sound turned my eyes in the right direction. There was Gascoigne. He was hunched over the bombardier board, his back to me. In one hand he held a small tool resembling a ticket punch. Its jaws were nibbling steadily at a taut line of tape running between two spools. That had been the sound I'd heard. I recognized the device without any trouble. It was a programmer. But why hadn't Gascoigne heard me come in? I hadn't tried to sneak up on him. There's no quiet way to come through an airlock anyway, but the punch went on snicking steadily. "Colonel Gascoigne," I said. There was no answer. I took a step forward. "Colonel Gascoigne, I am Harris of Seed. What are you doing?" The additional step did the trick. "Stay away from me," Gascoigne growled from somewhere way down in his chest. "I am programming the bomb, punching in the orders myself. Can't depend on my crew. Stay away. Give over for a minute. I want to talk to you." "That's a new one," said Gascoigne, not moving. "Most of you guys were rushing to set up launchings before you even reported to me. Who the hell are you, anyhow?" "There is nobody on board." "I know that well enough." "I am Peter Harris," I said. "From sea you called us. Remember you asked us to send help. Doesn't prove a thing. Tell me something I don't know, then maybe I'll believe you exist. Otherwise, beat it. Nothing doing. Put down that punch." Gascoigne straightened slowly and turned to look at me. "Well, you don't vanish. I'll give you that," he said. "What did you say your name was?" "Harris." "Here is my ID card." Gascoigne took the plastic-coated card tentatively and then removed his glasses and polished them. The gesture itself was perfectly ordinary and wouldn't have surprised me except that Gascoigne was not wearing glasses. "It's hard to see in here," he complained. "Everything gets so steamed up." "All right. You are real. What do you want?" His finger touched a journal. Silently, the tape began to roll from one spool to another. "Gascoigne, stop that thing. If you drop any bombs, they'll be hell to pay. It's tense enough down below as it is, and there is no reason to bomb anybody." "Plenty of reason," Gascoigne muttered. He turned toward the teletype, exposing to me for the first time a hip holster cradling a large black automatic. I didn't doubt that he could draw it with fabulous rapidity and put the bullets just where he wanted them to go. "I've got orders." "There they are. See for yourself." Cautiously, I sidled over to the teletype and looked. Except for Gascoigne's own message to Sieg and one from Joan Hadamard announcing that I was on my way, the paper was totally blank. There had been no other messages that day unless Gascoigne had changed the role, and there was no reason why he should have. Those roles last close to forever. When did this order come in? "This morning sometime. I don't know, Sweeney." He bawled suddenly, so loud that the paper tore in my hands. "When did that drop order come through?" Nobody answered, but Gascoigne said almost at once, "There, you heard him." "I didn't hear anything but you," I said, "and I'm going to stop that tape." "Stand aside. Not a chance, mister," Gascoigne said grimly. "The tape rides. Who's getting hit?" "Washington," Gascoigne said, and passed his hand over his face. He appeared to have forgotten the imaginary spectacles. "That's where your home is, isn't it?" "It sure is," Gascoigne said. "It sure as hell is, Mr. Cute. Isn't it?" It was cute, all right. The Air Force boys at the Pentagon were going to be given about 10 milliseconds to be sorry they'd refused to send a replacement for Gascoigne along with me. Replace him with who we can't send his second alternate in anything short of a week. The man has to have retraining, and the first alternate's in the hospital with a ruptured spleen. Besides, Gascoigne's the best man for the job. He's got to be bailed out somehow. Sure, with a psychological centrifugal pump, no doubt. In the meantime, the tape kept right on running. You might as well stop wiping your face and turn down the humidity instead, I said. You've already smudged your glasses again. Glasses? Gascoigne muttered. He moved slowly across the cabin, sailing upright like a seahorse to the blank glass of a closed port. I seriously doubted that he could see his reflection in it, but maybe he didn't really want to see it. I messed them up all right. Thanks. He went through the polishing routine again. A man who thinks he is wearing glasses also thinks he can't see without them. I slid to the programmer and turned off the tape. I was between the spools and Gascoigne now, but I couldn't stay there forever. Let's talk a minute, Colonel, I said. Surely it can't do any harm. Gascoigne smiled with a sort of childish craft. I'll talk, he said. Just as soon as you start that tape again. I was watching you in the mirror before I took my glasses off. The liar. I hadn't made a move while he'd been looking into that porthole. His poor, pitiful, weak-old, rheumy eyes had seen every move I made while he was polishing his glasses. I shrugged and stepped away from the programmer. You started, I said. I won't take the responsibility. It's orders, Gascoigne said woodenly. He started the tape running again. It's their responsibility. What did you want to talk to me about anyhow? Colonel Gascoigne, have you ever killed anybody? He looked startled. Yes, once I did, he said almost eagerly. I crashed a plane into a house, killed the whole family, walked away with nothing worse than a burned leg, good as new after a couple of muscle stabilizations. That's what made me shift from piloting to weapons. That leg's not quite good enough to fly with anymore. Tough, he snickered suddenly, explosively. And now, look at me, he said. I am going to kill my own family in a little while, and millions of other people, maybe the whole world. How long was a little while? What have you got against it? I said. Against what? The world. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Look at me. I am king of the hill up here. I can't complain. He paused and licked his lips. It was different when I was a kid, he said. Not so dull then in those days you could get a real newspaper that you could unfold for the first time yourself and pick out what you wanted to read. Not like now when the news comes to you pre-digested on a piece of paper out of your radio. That's what's the matter with it. If you ask me, what's the matter with what? With the news. That's why it's always bad these days. Everything's had something done to it. The milk is homogenized. The bread is sliced. The cars steer themselves. The phonographs will produce sounds no musical instrument could make. Too much meddling. Too many people who can't keep their hands off things ever fire a kiln. Me? I said, startled. No, I didn't think so. Nobody makes pottery these days. Not by hand. And if they did, who'd buy it? They don't want something that's been made. They want something that's been done to. The tape kept on traveling. Down below there was a heavy rumble, difficult to identify specifically, something heavy being shifted on tracks, or maybe a freight lock opening. So now you are going to do something to the earth, I said slowly. Not me, it's orders. Orders from inside, Colonel Gascoigne. There's nothing on the spools. What else could I do? I didn't have time to take him through 2 years of psychoanalysis and bring him to his own insight. Besides, I am not licensed to practice medicine. Not on Earth. I didn't want to say so, but I have to now. Say what? Gascoigne said suspiciously. That I am crazy or something. No, I didn't say that you did, I pointed out. But I will tell you that that stuff about not liking the world these days is baloney, or rationalization, if you want a nicer word. You are carrying a screaming load of guilt, Colonel, whether you are aware of it or not. I don't know what you are talking about. Why don't you just beat it? No. And you know well enough you fell all over yourself to tell me about the family you killed in your flying accident. I gave him 10 seconds of silence, and then shot the question at him as hard as I could. What was their name? How do I know? Sweeney or something. Anything. I don't remember. Sure you do. Do you think that killing your own family is going to bring the Sweeneys back to life? Gascoigne's mouth twisted, but he seemed to be entirely unaware of the grimace. That's all hogwash, he said. I never did hold with that psychological claptrap. It's you that's handing out the baloney, not me. Then why are you being so vituperative about it? Hogwash, claptrap, baloney. You are working awfully hard to knock it down. For a man who doesn't believe in it, go away, he said sullenly. I've got my orders. I am obeying them. Stalemate. But there was no such thing as stalemate up here. Defeat was the word the tape traveled. I did not know what to do. The last bomb problem CE had tackled had been one we had set up ourselves. We had arranged for a dud to be dropped in New York Harbor to test our own facilities for speed in determining the nature of the missile. The situation on board at Seville one was completely different. Whoa, was it? Maybe I'd hit something there. Colonel Gascoigne, I said slowly, you might as well know now that it isn't going to work. Not even if you do get that bomb off. Yes, I can. What's to stop me? He hooked one thumb in his belt, just above the holster, so that his fingertips rested on the breech of the automatic. Your bombs, they aren't alive. Gascoigne laughed harshly and waved at the controls. Tell that to the counter in the bomb hold. Go ahead. There is a meter you can read, right there on the bombardier board. Sure, I said. The bombs are radioactive. All right. Have you ever checked their half-life? It was a long shot. Gascoigne was a weapons man. If it were possible to check half-life on board the SB-1, he would have checked it. But I didn't think it was possible. What would I do that for? You wouldn't. Being a loyal airman, you believe what your superiors tell you. But I am a civilian, Colonel. There is no element in those bombs that will either fuse or fission. The half-life is too long for tritium or for lithium, 6. And it's too short for uranium-235 or radiothorium. The stuff is probably strontium-90, in short, nothing but a bluff. By the time I finished checking that, Gascoigne said, the bomb would be launched anyhow. And you haven't checked it either. Try another tatch. I don't need to. You don't have to believe me. We'll just sit here and wait for the bomb drop, and then the point will prove itself. After that, of course, you'll be court-martialed for firing a wild shot without orders. But since you are prepared to wipe out your own family, you won't mind the little thing like 20 years in the guardhouse. Gascoigne looked at the silently rolling tape. Sure, he said. I've got the orders anyhow. The same thing would happen if I didn't obey them. If nobody gets hurt, so much the better. A sudden spasm of emotion, I took it to be grief, but I could have been wrong, shook his whole frame for a moment. Again, he did not seem to notice it. I said, that's right, not even your family. Of course, the whole world will know. The station's a bluff. But if those are the orders... I don't know, Gascoigne said harshly. I don't know whether I even got any orders. I don't remember where I put them. Maybe they're not real. He looked at me confusedly, and his expression was frighteningly like that of a small boy making a confession. You know something? He said. I don't know what's real anymore. I haven't been able to tell ever since yesterday. I don't even know if you are real, or your ID card either. What do you think of that? Nothing, I said. Nothing, nothing. That's my trouble. Nothing. I can't tell what's nothing and what's something. You say the bombs are duds, all right. But what if you are the dud, and the bombs are real? Answer me that. His expression was almost triumphant now. The bombs are duds, I said, and you've gone and steamed up your glasses again. Why don't you turn down the humidity so you can see for 3 minutes and running? Gascoigne leaned far forward, so far that he was perilously close to toppling, and peered directly into my face. "Don't give me that," he said hoarsely. "Don't give me that stuff." I froze right where I was. Gascoigne watched my eyes for a while, then slowly he put his hand on his forehead and began to wipe it downward. He smeared it over his face in slow motion all the way down to his chin. Then he took the hand away and looked at it as though it had just strangled him, and he couldn't understand why. And finally he spoke. "It isn't true," he said dully. "I am not wearing any glasses. Haven't worn glasses since I was 10, not since I broke my last pair playing King of the Hill." He sat down before the bombardier board and put his head in his hands. "You win," he said hoarsely. "I must be crazy as a loon. I don't know what I am seeing and what I am not. You better take this gun away. If I fired it, I might even hit something." "You are all right," I said. And I meant it, but I didn't waste any time all the same. The automatic first, then the tape. In that order, the sequence couldn't be reversed afterwards. But the sound of the programmer's journal clicking to "off" was as loud in that cabin as any gunshot. "He'll be all right," I told Joan afterwards. He pulled himself through. "I wouldn't have dared to throw it at any other man that fast, but he's got gut just the same," Joan said. "They'd better start rotating the station captains faster. The next man may not be so tough. And what if he's a sleepwalker?" I didn't say anything. I'd had my share of worries for that week. "You did a whale of a job yourself, Peter," Joan said. "I just wish we could bank it in the machine. We might need the data later." "Well, why can't we?" "The Joint Chiefs of Staff say no. They don't say why, but they don't want any part of it recorded in UL Timek or anywhere else." I stared at her. At first it didn't seem to make sense, and then it did, and that was worse. "Wait a minute," I said. "Joan, does that mean what I think it means? Is spatial supremacy just as bankrupt as massive retaliation was? Is it possible that the satellite and the bombs? Is it possible that I was telling Gascoigne the truth about the bombs being duds?" Joan shrugged. "He that darkeneth counsel without wisdom," she said, "isn't earning his salary." End of King of the Hill by James Blish.
Mind Worms by Moses Schere. The ambassador whose smile had grown fixed, whose thin, broad-domed face was lined and tired, bowed before the screen, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." On Earth, 26 million miles away, a billion saw his final bow and cheered him. "Luck, luck, luck," they roared. His screen in his suite on the spaceship Ceres finally went blank, and the voice of the ship's operator cut in nervously. "I'll jibe with the center room beam in a moment, sir." The operator, a capable man, was frightened. The ambassador had more reason to be frightened. He took the moment in which he was unlinked from Earth to wipe one hand nervously down across his face. "On C center room, Ambas." The operator at either end was cut off as the tight official beams met in mid-space. A different voice, older and deep bass, said, "Relax, Phil." The ambassador let his silvery cloak fall from its dramatic sweep about his shoulders and stood naturally, tall, a little stooped, heavy-shouldered, graying in the prime of his life at 75. His screen, which had been flashing to him a montage of the crowds in Times Square, in Trafalgar Square, in the Champ de Mars, in Red Square, filled with a view of center room from which the Earth was governed. The bass voice, backed by a large and friendly smile, belonged to the president, who sat at the head of the great ivory table in the huge, soft-lit room. They all were there, the men whom custom deprived of a name when it gave them their titles, the executive secretary, the coordinators for education, the coordinators for energy, the terrestrial and astral coordinators for commerce, and the half-dozen others who possessed the 10-year term. If, privately, they called each other George and Ahmed and Sven, it was for relaxation from the standard of dignity expected of them. At the foot of the table sat a small group of important guests, and all the white, black, yellow, and brown faces were turned to the image of the ambassador who waited for permission from the Venusians to step upon Venus. "Take it easy, Phil," the president said. The ambassador forced a smile. "Alec, when it's all over, I will it. Can't fail. The very fact that after 50 years of trying they're finally willing to receive an Earthman and will consider trade." The president made a large gathering gesture. "Everything's in the force field for 50 years, he said with the reassurance the ambassador so greatly needed. "We've been dropping them capsules of Earth goods and the means to learn our language. Drop, 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 and we've worn away the stone. Can't fail. Filler." "I know," the ambassador said. He thought, "It isn't that it was, the triple distilled inferiority complex which gripped him and shook him, the dread of the terrible brains below Venus's mist." One by one around the table they gave him brief, friendly Godspeed. The distinguished guests were properly more formal with, "The assembled physicists have asked me to convey to you all our best wishes, Ambassador," and more on that style. He thanked them gravely. One guest, however, distinctly annoyed him. It was Rupert Hogue, the last of the pioneers, that walking fossil from the first days of space travel. "Wide open, Ambassador," he creaked, with an antiquarian reference to atom jets and a wave of his one hand that was not formal at all. Otherwise crippled from long ago, radiations was Hogue. But at 140 his one eye was bright. Probably he had not been invited to the gathering, but just had barged in, being one of the half-dozen holders of high privilege, that peculiar, all-inclusive reward for distinguished service. The trouble with Hogue was that he never would confine himself, like a decent old-timer, to remarking on the progress his years had seen. This official farewell had a purpose. The men on Earth, secure and sane, were trying to give one last tenuous thread of security to the very sane, very well-adjusted, on Earth, ambassador who in space was ready for a mental crack-up. No psychiatry or long-distance hypnosis had yet prevailed against the rampant inferiority, the primitive and infantile desire to crawl and hide, which came often to Earthmen in the presence of alien, superior races. A foreigner who came to Earth they could respect, and that was all. A foreigner met after a trip through space, they met with their every fear and complex, laid naked perhaps by artificial gravity, by unknown rays, by something. Lampel, the first to make contact with the first unworldly race. Good Lord! Lampel actually had been a contemporary of leering old Hogue. There. Had met on Mars a cynical bunch of mental wizards who had, and still had, the most unholy good time with the bumbling Earthmen who would dare anything for trade. Of Lampel's crew, 12 out of 40 returned. Sane, half dead, but sane, and the 12 did not include Lampel, first to set foot on Mars. That had been 80 years ago. 2 other cultures were discovered in the next 30 years, those on Jupiter and upon Saturn's moon Phoebe. Always, the first few to expose their naked, terrified minds to a cosmic sophistication met the same fate. There was an old saying which the ambassador now remembered a little too clearly. Crazy as an ambassador. The ambassador jerked his hand away from his face, but all in center room had seen the desperate gesture made as though one could wipe away fear. "Say, Ambassador." That was old Hogue. "Say, Ambassador, I've been saving up something to tell you." Annoyance ran around the ivory table, but high privilege was high privilege. All Hoge had to tell the public was that the 10-year men hadn't been polite to him. Say, Ambassador, you know, I had a funny experience once. My first trip to Phoebe was the second trip made there, by the way. Mighty funny experience, and it wasn't ever made public, because you know how things were. The old man chuckled rustily. Nobody wanted to say anything against space travel until all the stock was sold. But I've been saving it up for a time just like this to tell an ambassador who's on a spot. Been saving up. Hogg's mind seemed to skip, and he banged the table laughing. Yes, sir, that was years before the Phoebine Platinum scandal. And what Rupert Hogue ever had to do with that scandal, I am not saying, the ambassador said pointedly. I understand that you were rather fortunate upon Phoebe, Captain Hogue. His voice was unsteady with anger. The president signaled across space anxiously that he should please be patient. Hogue, still laughing and shaking his bald, scarred head reminiscently, settled back in his chair of little tension bubbles. Take a load off your feet, Ambassador, and listen. Wish I could give you a cigar. The ambassador took a load off his feet while the old man lit up in great comfort. As well, the ambassador thought, to bore himself with Hogue while waiting for a Venusian signal as to pace about with jangling nerves. Soothing music, escapist motion pictures, he could not listen to or look at. Not in the grip of inferiority and fear, Hoag blew a smoke ring. Those days, a spaceship didn't go much faster than that ring compared to nowadays. You know how we had to do when we headed for an outside planet, took off in the direction of the Earth's revolution, so our speed would be greater than Earth's, and we'd tend to spiral away from the Sunday. And we'd have to take a gravity pull off a planet here, and a gravity pull off a planet there, to detour us wherever we wanted to go. Many's the ship missed connections, or with the metal of those days she blew her tubes away, and she's out there yet in an orbit, just a coffin, or those that first tried for Venus but went into the Sunday. A lot of good friends of mine, Ambassador. The old man stared bleakly ahead of him for a moment. And of course, there was just the radar that never could follow you much beyond 5 million miles. I was the first one to circle the moon, you know, he put in with senile pride. Repaired a jet, in mid-course. My hand came off a month later. But, as I was saying, this was on the way to Phoebe, and about a month out. The old man finally dug into his story, and as he warmed up to it, so did his listeners, although with a kind of self-apology for being interested in one of those gaudy old adventure yarns of the times when the long ships had to stand on their tails to blast off the Earth. They'd wobble up on polymerized liquid fuel, not daring to start the atom blast till they were well beyond the atmosphere, then jerk away at the heads of their beautiful, wasteful, fiery trains. Even the early atom drive required conservation, so that it was necessary to take those long leapfrog curves from gravity field to gravity field, during which, as the ship coasted, its blast-eroded tube liners could be replaced. The Lone Star, Hogue's ship, he was an unregenerate Texan, had to cut her drive on one of these occasions. A number of her crew, in shielded clumsy spacesuits, were at work at the stern upon those terrifically radioactive liners while they hoped for the best. Her primitive screens picked up some approaching objects, and in a little while the great worms, almost as long as the 50-foot ship, faintly glowing, swam into plain view against the backdrop of illimitable stars. Worms, Hogue repeated, waving his cigar. Space worms. They were perhaps 10 times as long as they were thick, blunt-ended, with a cluster of tentacles at each end, and another cluster belting them in the middle, all the tentacles gently moving and apparently propelling them. They were covered, including the tentacles, with a crystalline shell that had no visible opening. But there was an eye that swam under this shell anywhere along the body. What metabolic process they sustained in space could not be said. It probably was similar to that of the solar nautilus, which floats in great colonies, paper-shelled, on the pressure of light inside the orbit of Mercury, each colony like one vast resentful brain. There were 6 of these worms. They gyrated in peculiar patterns, at one time joining their bodies to form a gigantic hoop around the ship. Different radiation patterns were made evident upon the ship's dials, and it was obvious that these vermiform beings were trying to communicate. Neither Hoke nor his 2 interpreters could make anything of the radiation patterns, and one of the interpreters, after trying hard, sat blindly in a corner and shivered. Inferiority complex, or that for a beginning while alien minds strove impatiently to penetrate the naked and shivering Earth minds. This was space, and worse it was, space in the old times before warp, vibrant communication, before rattled Earthmen could scream to a home base for moral support. The crew was still out there at the tubes when those worms came along, and before they could crawl or jet their way to the airlock, one of the worms plucked up a crew member. It was able-bodied spaceman Kroner, as capable and steady and fearless a man who ever had boarded the Lone Star. Kroner was seen at first to go rigid, while the worm held him with 2 tentacles and looked him over with that submerged, swinning eye. Suddenly, Kroner blasted his oxygen alcohol shoal jets. The worm let him go and recoiled. Suddenly, Kroner blasted his shoulder jets. Kroner slammed away into space, into nothingness. Suddenly, almost at the half-limit of his short supply of fuel, he turned on his own axis. He was expert, this Kroner, and had flipped his jet controls so perfectly that he had turned 180 degrees, and for a couple of seconds he kept going directly backward on momentum against the jet's renewed forward blast. While that happened, he jerked his arms and legs in a wild running motion, running as though forward while still going backward. It was a comic thing to see, but at the instant of equilibrium between forward motion and backward motion, those in the Lone Star's control compartment caught Kroner's face at a high magnification upon the screen. "He'd been frightened mad," Hoke said. "We didn't need any doctor to tell us. We saw his face, and what he was shrieking all that time was, 'Ma, ma, ma.' Ma!" He came at Lone Star like a meteor, his arms outstretched as though running to the safety of maternal arms, and he hit the spaceship so hard that he started a seam in her outer skin. Whether he was killed by the impact or by the rupture of his suit was a rhetorical question. The man's body exploded outward in frozen streamers through the rents in the suit. The space worm propped him up, examined him casually, tore the broken suit and the corpse into pieces. And, in the control compartment, the second officer began to scream and to hide, forcing his way into an impossible recess behind a switchboard. Inferiority complex. That, the helpless psychologists always said, was at the root of the madness when space travelers' primitive fears and emotions were lashed up by the whip of space. Lampel long ago seemed to have brought back a virus from some planet, an endemic disease that took control of all but the most hearty when confronted by new, terrible, intelligent life forms. It was the cold knowingness of those worms, Hoke said reflectively. It was the feeling that you were licked before you started. I felt the complex, and I had a terrible desire to escape my death. The only refuge for my mind from those merciless minds was in death. If I hadn't been a captain with responsibility, such an instinct within me, maybe I would have picked up a gun. But I didn't. He forced himself to try to communicate. There was radio and radar and the first model of the beam. They ignored them all, and finally, with an effort of will against the fear which literally sickened him, he put on a suit and went out upon the shell of Lone Star with a paint spray. The worms watched while he painted for them that ancient, universal mathematical proposition. The sum of the squares of the sides equals the square of the hypotenuse. They looked with their horrible eyes, and finally, all together, they turned away in unmistakable disgust. They began to build a little solar system. Of nothingness, they fashioned the black spheres, flipped them into shape with complicated motions of their tentacles. 9 they made, and set them in space with an approximation of the distances between the planetary orbits. It was the same kind of approximation which is necessary in any model of the solar system, for no model in which the planets are of recognizable size can cope, in scale, with interorbital distances. Finally, the worms grouped themselves in the center of all, merging their body glow into a fair replica of the sun. And all the eyes watched the spaceship while they waited for the stupid little beings within to understand. Couldn't reach our poor minds with their vibrations, so they gave us something solid to look at. What did it mean? That they were the architects of the solar system. Some of my crew was screaming we had met God. All I knew was that we had to get out of there, while a few of us were sane. Finally, I drove a work gang outside to the tubes again, leading them myself, and we got to work on the liners, trying not to look at the worms in their solar system, but feeling their eyes and feeling their awful, overpowering intelligence right through our suits. A buzzer cut in, not upon the tight beam, but upon the series communicator. "Excuse me, Captain Hogue," the ambassador said acidly. "There is word from Venus. It seems I have business to attend to." The old man back on Earth paused, and the president said, "We'll stay on beam, Phil, till you go to say—" "Wait a minute," Hogue said anxiously. I didn't get to the point of the story, but the ambassador had walked out of the room. He met the series captain hurrying toward him, white-faced. Infected by the man's haste and half-hysterical injunction to waste no time, he almost ran to the special communications compartment. Here, in a screen whose outside viewer pointed downward, he saw the smooth, liquid-seeming blanket of Venusian gray clouds, weirdly touched with iridescence by a blinding sun. The clouds, believed to be over 100 miles thick, blanketed the entire planet. They might contain water and oxygen somewhere below. Here, where they touched space, they were metallic vapor charged so heavily that no beam could ever penetrate them. The Martians, who awesomely never lied, had told Earthmen that Venusians existed, told them contemptuously. It would not be wise to attempt a landing upon Venus without permission, the Martians had said. Not wise for Earthmen, at any rate. Because of the peculiar vapor, there never had been electronic or warp communication with Venus. So far, the only message from below those clouds had come a month before to one of the patiently capsule-dropping ships, the permission to land one unarmed ambassador. The ambassador saw now that communication this time had been by the same means. A rocket had come up through the clouds trailing a wire and had been caught in the great cable net extended behind the spaceship. "I had the wire plugged immediately," the sweating captain said. "Expected to tell them to wait a minute, and I'd put the ambassador on, but they're not listening to us, just telling us. And there is a time limit. I would have had a line run to your suite if I'd known there was a time limit, but I should have known there'd be a time limit. I should have known how they act, all these races, because we're so feeble and stupid compared." The man almost was gibbering. The ambassador slapped his shoulder heavily and stopped him. The ambassador wanted to slap himself, and his hand missed the first time as he reached for the loudspeaker stud. The voice came instantly, so mechanical and uninflected that it occurred to him that a machine had spoken into a recording machine. The Venusians must be so unearthly as to be unable to manage Earth sounds, if they made sounds at all. Authority will advise him on the question of trade with Earth. He will be freed 1 hour thereafter. Your ship must remain in the same position. Meanwhile, the ambassador from Earth will leave your ship in precisely 18 minutes, proceeding directly downward. He will be picked up by our ship within the clouds. In this ship, a representative of Fifth Authority will advise him on the question of trade with Earth. He will be freed 1 hour thereafter. Your ship must remain in the same position meanwhile. The ambassador from Earth will leave your ship in precisely 18 minutes, proceeding directly. The ambassador, snapped the stud, his teeth gritted hard against a trembling. He was not even to land upon the alien planet then, not even to talk to the head of government, but with a representative of Fifth Authority. He was so condescending, so contemptuous, and so deserved, of course, he thought, staring at the captain, who stared wild-eyed. "You wanted to run. You wanted to hide. Already you felt them inside your mind, ruthlessly peering, destroying. As crazy as an ambassador, contemptuous time limit of 18 minutes. They'd been told that it took a minimum of 16 minutes to get into a spacesuit. "My suit! The dresses!" shouted the ambassador, remembering the 10-year men who waited to reassure him and badly needing one last contact. "Bring everything to the Earth screen!" As he fled the room, he saw, in the screen which showed Venus, a vast, silvery ovoid lift momentarily to the surface of the vapor, then sink slightly and remain in a suggestion of menace neither in sight nor out of sight, waiting to engulf him. When he faced the Earth screen, two expert dressers flung themselves upon him with the pneumatic pads, whose donning before the spacesuit took care and time. In center room, all the perfectly sane, shielded men attempted to convey by smiles their confidence in the shuddering creature being lapped in weirdness. The ambassador strove with all his considerable mental power to hold the impression of those reassuring smiles. And that doddering fool Hogue, with his one arm waving unwanted friendliness, said, "Aye, ambassador, now we can get to the point of that story. A story about superior, merciless beings, calculated to break the last weak thread of a man's confidence." "Shut up." The ambassador wanted to scream across space, and would have, had not the dressers jammed his mouth closed at that moment, as they adjusted a throat pad. On Earth, too, they tried to shut up Hogue, but they couldn't. "I am not the old fool you think I am," he said. "Listen." "Ambassador, gentleman, high privilege. Ambassador," he said urgently. "I told you I've been saving this story to tell an ambassador at the last minute, when he's in the spot you are in. I've been waiting 50 years. Listen. The vermiforms made this little solar system, and we didn't understand, couldn't understand. We got our liners replaced finally, and no more than half of us were capable of standing a watch when we blasted off. Ambassador, we blasted the hell out of there." The vermiforms stayed where they were for a few seconds. Then they began to follow. We were streaming a good train, of course, the old fission train, a couple of miles of very fancy destruction and waste. So the worms came along. They overtook us easy, and they began to dance in and out of our train. Yes, sir, ambassador, they weaved and they circled in and out of that awful atom blast. And I knew that the atom blast will kill anything, chop through any armor, but not those worms. Now they showed us how superior they were. Now they made fun of our power, and I wanted to run and hide where my officer was hiding, down among the mattresses we rigged for him, among the girders along the keel. My mind was scarred by space and by everything that Earthmen were not born to. And then it happened. Adjustments now had been made, and the ambassador could speak while the dressers almost threw him into the inner suit. His hand clawed his face, and he said hoarsely, "For God's sake, man, spare me." "And then it happened," old Hope shouted, thrusting away from those in the center room who were now trying physically to shut him up. "The worms died. They died in the atom blast." The ambassador stared, and around the ivory table they stared at the last of the pioneers. Died. The vermiform's natural armor was proof against all the rays of space, and it held out against the atom blast for a quarter of a minute. But then it went. One after the other, they went limp, and the blast spewed them backward, and we could see the spreading holes in them. And then they were out of sight, dead killed, because they hadn't known any better. By George. And we went on to Phoebe, and got along better than anyone else with the things that sit inside their crystals thinking. Got the platinum nobody else could take, because we knew that the universe can breed morons, incompetence. The crystal people are smarter than Earthmen, sure, but at least we knew we were smarter than somebody else. "Don't you see, ambassador," the old man said earnestly, "that only the inferiority complex kept us from knowing right away that those worms were no better than children. They hadn't been trying to send us any message with radiations. No, it had been only the natural radiations of their bodies, changing as they changed, their formations around us as they played. One of them picked up poor Krona. Why not? The thing was curious. Took him apart. Later, the way a child will take apart a toy, my business with the square on the hypotenuse. Hell, how could they understand when they'd never learned any mathematics? How could they? The ambassador echoed, and he was smiling. And that little trick of theirs, making a solar system. Well, don't you see that they had to show off? One of their natural functions is simply gathering and stacking together the scattered atoms of space. I'll bet they can't make anything but black balls of amorphous matter. It's possible they build themselves a little world here and there to lay their eggs on or something. So, there they were feeling kind of abashed because they had no spaceship or anything, so they just had to show us what they could do, and that they actually had gone and counted the planets of this system. On their tentacles, I'll bet, since they had more than 9 tentacles. And wasn't it childish, getting together in the middle to show us a nice glowing sun? They were locking the thorax section on the ambassador. He stood straight and silent. Very straight. Ambassador, the old man pleaded over 30 million miles. You don't know what you are going to meet on Venus. You don't know that they're particularly smart. And they don't know about you. Maybe they're a little afraid of you. Maybe they're a lot afraid of you. We don't know one way, but we don't know the other. But you know now, the best way and the best minute I can tell you, that some pretty dumb creatures live beyond Earth. Now, the way my grandfather's grandfather used to say, you wouldn't start selling your horse to a stranger by telling him that your horse is no good. Silence. Then, on the beam from Earth to Venus, the dressers began to lower the helmet over the ambassador's head. He stopped them. Wait a minute. Still that nakedness in his mind, and the fear ready to pounce again. But that was only an effect of space, not Venusians, or was it simply Lampel's heritage? A conditioning, and that contemptuous message, with its almost impossible time limit and its pointed refusal to allow him to set foot upon Venus, and its representative of the fifth authority. He didn't know one way, and he didn't know the other, but it could be a defense mechanism on the Venusian's part. In center room, an old man had slumped in his chair, exhausted, reduced to crippled flesh that bore one bright, brave Earthman's eye. The ambassador waved. The old-timer waved back eagerly. "Gentlemen," said the ambassador formally, but he spoke to the one adventurer. "I thought I was in a hurry, but I've decided I've plenty of time. I think it will be a very good idea to open these negotiations by keeping the other party waiting." End of Mind Worms by Moses Schere.
You Don't Make Wine Like the Greeks Did by David E. Fisher. Amazing Science Fiction Stories, April 1960. Every century has its advantages and its drawbacks, he said. We, for instance, have bred out sexual desire. And as for you people, on the 63rd floor of the Empire State Building is, among others of its type, a rather small office consisting of 2 rooms connected by a stout wooden door. The room into which the office door, which is of opaque glass, opens, is the smaller of the 2 and serves to house a receptionist 3 not too comfortable armchairs and a disorderly, homogeneous mixture of lifes, looks, and New Yorkers. The receptionist is a young woman, half-heartedly pretty but certainly chic, in the manner of New York's women in general, and of its working women in particular. Perhaps in her middle 20s, with a paucity of golden hair which is kept clinging rather back on her skull by an intricate network of tortoiseshell combs and invisible pins. She is engaged to a man who is in turn engaged in a position for an advertising firm just 37 stories directly below her. Her name is Margaret. She often, in periods when the immediate consummation of the work on her desk is not of paramount importance, as is often the case, gazes somnolently at the floor beside her large walnut desk, hoping to catch a lurking image of her beloved only 37 stories away. She rarely succeeds in viewing him through the intervening spaces, but she does not tire of trying. It is a pleasant enough diversion. There is an electronics firm just 5 stories above her fiancé, and perhaps she reasons there is interference of a sort here. Someday, maybe, she will catch them with all their tubes off. Margaret is a romantic, but she is engaged, and thus is entitled. Beyond the entrance that is guarded by the stout wooden door is a larger room, darker, quieter, one step more removed from the hurrying hallway. A massive but neat desk is placed before the one set of windows, the blinds of which are kept closed but tilted toward the sky, so that an aura of pale light is continually seeping through. The main illumination comes from several lamps placed in strategic corners, their bulbs turned away from the occupants of the room. To one side of a desk is a comfortable-looking deep chair, with leather arms and a back quite high enough to support one's head. In front of this is the traditional couch, armless but well upholstered and comfortable. At the moment Dr. Victor Quink was sitting, not in the deep chair but in the swivel chair behind the desk. His glasses were lying on the desk next to his feet. The chair was pushed back as far as it might safely be. His arms were stretched out to their extremity, and his mouth was straining open as if to split his cheeks. Dr. Quink was yawning. His method of quick relaxation was that of the blank mind. He was at this very moment forcibly evicting all vestiges of thought from his head. He was concentrating intently on black, on depth, on absolute silence. He was able to maintain this discipline for perhaps a second, or a second and a half at most, and then his mind began imperceptibly at the first to slip off along a path of its own liking, leading Dr. Quink quietly and unprotestingly along. The path is narrow, crinkly, bending back upon itself. It is not a path for vehicles, but one worn by a single pair of boots, plodding patiently, slowly, wearily. The path runs, or creeps, through a wild and desolate district, where hardly more than a single blade of grass shoots up at random from the bottomless drift sand. Instead of the garden that normally embellishes a castle, there is, in the vague distance, a blurred castle. The fortified walls are approached on the landward side by a scant forest of firs, on the other by the snow-swept Baltic Sea. Spanish moss hangs limply from the evergreys, disdainful of the sun and of its reflection by sea. The scene is somber and restful, serene and flat. The buzzer rang once. Twice Dr. Quink brought his feet down to their more dignified position, out of sight beneath his desk. His conscience once more took hold of his mind, only vaguely aware that it had not been able to achieve the incognito serenity it sought. He put on his glasses, and the heavy wooden door opened and a man walked through. He carried his hat in both hands. He was nervous. He was out of his element. He looked to both sides as he came past the doorway, and when Margaret closed the door behind him, he jumped, though nearly imperceptibly, and advanced toward the desk. "I am not sure at all I should have come here," he said. Dr. Quink nodded but said nothing. He judged the man to be on the order of 30 or 31. His hair was black, curly, and sparse, perhaps balding, perhaps not. "You see, I can't be quite candid with you, nothing personal, of course. It just— Oh, this is frightfully embarrassing," he said, taking a seat before the desk at Dr. Quink's waved invitation. "I just thought that perhaps, even without knowing all the details, you might be able to effect merely a temporary cure so that I can get her back home to our own doctors. Nothing personal, of course." "I do hope I don't offend you. Not at all, I assure you," Dr. Quink assured him. "Just whom did you mean by her?" "Why, my wife." He looked at Quink quizzically for a moment. Then with sudden, fresh embarrassment, "Oh, of course, you naturally assume that it was I who is, in need of treatment." No, you couldn't be more wrong. No, it is my wife. Yes, I've come to see you on her account. You see, of course, she wouldn't come herself. Ah, this is rather awkward, I am afraid." "Not at all. Quink answered. If you would just tell me what your wife's trouble is. Yes, of course. You have to know that at least, don't you? I mean, do you? You couldn't possibly just treat her on general principles, so to speak, without being told of the immediate symptoms. You don't, I take it, have any technique that would correspond to penicillin and just sort of clear things up in her head at random. Dr. Quink assured him that it was necessary in psychiatry at least to determine the disease before curing it. I suppose so, the gentleman said. Incidentally, my name is Fairfield. Donald Fairfield, did I mention that? But of course, you have all that on your little card there, don't you? Yes, I thought so. I do hope your secretary's handwriting is legible. It doesn't seem so from this angle. By the way, did you know that she is prone to staring at the floor? A spot right next to her desk, the right-hand side. I think I never should have come here. Dr. Quink reassured him that he was free to leave at any moment, never to return. By a longish glance at the wall clock. In fact, Dr. Quink gave him to understand that he might do so with no hard feelings left behind. Mr. Fairfield, however, gathered his resources and plunged forward. I think you'll find this a rather interesting case, Doctor. Most unusual, of course. I have little notion of the variety of situations one comes into contact with in your line of work. Still, I have every reason to believe this will come as a bit of a shock. I wonder just how dogmatic you are in your convictions. Dr. Quink raised his eyebrows and made no answer. He was desperately stifling a yawn. I mean no intrusion on your religious life by any means. Not at all. No, that is the furthest thought from my mind, I assure you. No, I am concerned at the moment with my wife's problems. Meaning no disrespect to yourself at all, sir. I merely ask, not out of idle curiosity, but because. Doctor, I suppose there is no way for it but to explain. He gestured with his hat toward the desk, calendar between him and Quink. This is the year 1959, correct? Well, you see, sir, the fact of the matter is that I just wasn't born in 1959. He stopped there, and the room relapsed into silence. Dr. Quink looked at him for a few moments, but no explanatory statement was forthcoming. Dr. Quink removed his eyeglasses, opened his left drawer two from the top, removed a white wiper, and wiped his glasses carefully. Mr. Fairfield waited patiently. Dr. Quink replaced the glasses. He leaned forward across the desk. Mr. Fairfield, he said, this may come as some shock to you, but I wasn't born this year either. You don't understand, Mr. Fairfield wailed. Oh, I just knew I shouldn't have come when I say I wasn't born. He stopped, at a loss to explain. He wrung his hat in his hands until it was crumpled, probably beyond repair. Then he jumped up, pushed it onto his head, and quickly walked out of the office. As his back disappeared from the doorway, Margaret's head poked up in its place. She looked quite startled. It's all right, Margaret, Victor Quink said. He was just a bit upset. You get all kinds in here. This one claimed there is something abnormal with his wife. Better leave an hour free tomorrow. He'll come back. But he didn't. He didn't come back during the following 3 weeks. Then, one afternoon, Margaret ushered him through the doorway. He walked to the chair before the desk, looking neither at the doctor nor to the right nor left, and sat down, holding his hat in his hands. My wife believes she's just, he waved his hat vaguely toward the shielded window, just like everybody else here. And isn't she? Dr. Quink queried, with the patience due his profession. No, she isn't, but she's forgotten. She hasn't really forgotten. I don't know your technical terminology. She refuses to remember. Oh, you know her subconscious, or unconscious, or whatever, is blinding her. She won't face reality, and it's time for us to go back. But she won't budge. She claims she's normal, and I am the one who's crazy. In fact, she was very happy that I was coming to see you today. I told her I was going to see you. but she persisted in insisting that I was coming here because I needed help. She said, I am coming to you because subconsciously I know I need you. Well, enough of that. I am here because we have to go home. And if you could just make her face life long enough to admit that, I am sure that when we do get home, our doctors will have no difficulty with her case. It won't be so bizarre to them, of course, as it must seem to you, frankly, Mr. Fairfield, Dr. Quink said. You are not being entirely clear in this matter. First of all, you say you have to go home. You are not a native of New York, then? A native? How quaintly you put it, Doctor. You might better say a savage, mightn't you? But that's neither here nor there. I am, of course, a native, as you say, of New York. I thought I explained last time. I am simply not of this time. Dr. Quink slowly shook his shaggy head. I am afraid the precise meaning of your phrase escapes me, Mr. Fairfield. I am not of this time, Doctor. Nor is my wife. We are from the future, from very far in the future. Quink asked quietly. Quite far, I am not sure just exactly how far. Systems of time measurement have changed, you understand, between our time and this, so that the calculations become rather involved, though, of course, only superficially. Of course, quite understandable. Quite. You are being understanding about this much better than I had hoped for, actually. At any rate, let's get on with it. For some obscure reason, my wife has fled reality, and now that our vacation is up, she refuses to return with me, stating flatly that she is never, to make a long story short, traveled through time, except, of course, at the normal velocity with which we all progress in the course of things, and that it is I who am out of my head, and though, while not actually troublesome, it would be thoughtful of me to see a doctor, or at least to shut up about this nonsense before the neighbors hear me. Could you see her tomorrow evening? She'd never come here feeling as she does. But I thought if you would come to dinner, you might hypnotize her, unawares, or... I don't think that's feasible under the Isn't it really? I am afraid I don't know much about this sort of thing. I am quite helpless in this affair. Really, I assure you, I was driven to desperation to tell you all this. I mean, you must understand that absolute silence, secrecy, that is our most absolute sacred rule. Perhaps you could just slip something into her drink, knock her out, so to speak, and I could then bodily take her back, Mr. Fairfield. Dr. Quink felt it necessary to interrupt. You must understand that it would not be ethical for me to do as you suggest. Now it seems to me that the essence of your wife's peculiarity lies in her relationship with you, her husband. So if you don't mind, perhaps we might talk about you for a while. It might be more comfortable for you on the couch. Please, it doesn't obligate you in any way. Yes, that's much better, isn't it? And I'll sit here if I may. Now then, go on. Just tell me all about yourself. Go on, just start talking. You'll find it'll come by itself after you get started. I suppose I asked for this. I mean, coming here as I did. I don't know what else I could have done, though. They prepare one for every emergency, as well, of course, as one can foresee the future, which is, in this case, actually the past. Speaking chronologically. Your chronology, that is, not ours. I am sure you follow me, though it seems to me I am talking in circles. Are we accomplishing very much, do you think? We mustn't be impatient, Dr. Quink said. These things come slowly. They take time, if you'll pardon the expression. But of course it's impudent of me to lecture you on temporal effects. Not at all, I assure you. I am no expert on the time continuum, no expert in the slightest. I dare say I don't understand the most basic principles behind it, just as you aren't required to understand electromagnetic theory in order to flick on the electric light. In fact, I believe it wasn't even necessary for Edison to understand it in order to invent the damned thing. You know about Edison, then? Oh, certainly. I've studied up quite a bit on this section of our history. You are sure, Dr. Quink went on, That you simply didn't learn about Edison in grammar school? Quite. Oh, yes, quite. No offense meant, sir. But you must certainly realize that between my time and this there have been a great many discoveries in the manifold fields embraced by science, so that people who in your own time were famous to school children are now, then that is, oh, I hope you know what I mean, known only to scholars of the period involved. In the time to which I belong, the school children may know of Newton, Einstein, and Fisher. But of such lesser luminaries as Edison, or even Avogadro or Galdin, they are quite ignorant. Galdin? Yes, Galdin. Surely you know of Galdin. Perhaps I am mispronouncing it. Oh, damn. I am actually rather proud of my knowledge of your histories. I hate to be tripped up on something like this. Galenin, perhaps. Well, it's not worth bothering about, demmed annoying, just the same. It's on the tip of my tongue, Galil. Would you mind very much if we went on to some other subject? I don't think we're gaining much right here. You are the doctor, you know, Fairfield replied. I was just explaining how I knew about Edison, though I never attended grammar school in this century. So, then where were we? You asked me to tell you about myself, didn't you? You know? I'd much rather you told me about yourself. Fairfield suddenly sat upright on the couch, drew his legs up to his chest, crossed his ankles and hugged his knees. I was noticing that picture you have hanging on the wall, he said. The sea la mer, das Weltmeer, Themis Ralub, etc. The roaring, crashing waves, the bubbling, foaming spray. The deep, dank mystery of the green, wet sea. Marvelous, marvelous. Do you indulge in sex, I mean? You. Personally, of course, not as a representative of your species. Victor Quink laid down his pad in his lap. I am not married, Mr. Fairfield, he said. Do you often ask such questions of people you've recently met? The sun came up this morning, Dr. Quink, Fairfield answered jovially. The sun came up. You'll pardon my answer, of course. I was merely trying to top your own non sequitur. Many of your people do indulge, you know. In fact, it would seem from my own necessarily limited observations that it is more universal in its appeal than any of your other sports. Do you classify it as a sport? It's amazing, really, how these simple connections escape one until one tries to formulate one's recollections into a consistent line of reasoning. Have you ever noticed? Of course. Though you do it for procreation, don't you now? I mean you as a representative of your species. Naturally, seeing as you are not married, eh, Doctor? And he winked at Quink. It seems to me, however, and again, I insist that I am no expert in the field. However, it does seem to me that this matter of procreation is in many cases just an excuse. There seems to be an inherent taste for mating, per se, or wouldn't you agree? You seem to take a disinterested view of the whole business, Mr. Fairfield. Do you? Ah, indulge? Oh, no. No. I couldn't. Thank you just the same. I am really flattered. Believe me, I am. But thank you, no. That was not an invitation, Mr. Fairfield, Dr. Quink put in. I was trying to. Galooey. Mr. Fairfield, I was trying to ascertain whether or not you lead an active sex life, or whether your interest is purely, shall we say, metaphysical. Yes, let's do say metaphysical. Rather clever of you applying the term to sex that way. My estimation of your capabilities shoots up a notch or two. Dr. Quink, you mean to say, Dr. Quink kept up, that you do not participate in the physical ramifications. Oh, you do have a turn for words, Doctor. No, of course not. None of us do. By us, you mean your cohorts in the future? Exactly. You have an analytical mind. Keen. We do not die, we do not give birth, and I never would have brought the whole morbid subject up except that it has a direct bearing on Mimi's trouble. So it is necessary that you realize that sex is entirely foreign to us. Then, said Dr. Quink, if what you say is true, your physical, let us say, equipment must have degenerated, and so a simple physical examination. Evolution is slow, my doctor. Slow, slow, slow. No, I am physically indistinguishable from you. Assuming normalcy on your part, of course, to continue along this train of thought, though, it is the mental process that provides the difference. There is no desire in me or mine, doctor. No urge, no depravity, no sexual hunger. It simply died out over the eons since it was no longer necessary. Quink prodded him. Or, vice versa. With the urge dying, it might have been necessary for us to circumvent the entire business. An academic question. Really, the chicken or the egg, all over again. But since we have conquered time, so to speak, it must have occurred to you that there is no need for us to die, and thus no need for birth. You are immortal, then, Dr. Quink said, scribbling in his notepad. Mr. Fairfield shrugged. It beats sex. Which brings us to the problem we are discussing. If we can forget myself for a few moments, Mimi seems to have been awakened to the sexual urge, and that provides an embarrassing situation. Of course, its real significance is in relation to her problem as a whole, in the illumination it sheds upon her neurosis. Yet in itself, it is, as I say, embarrassing. Coupled with my complete indifference, I mean. Have you any plans for this evening? Perhaps you could dine with us without delay. Dr. Quink would not ordinarily have accepted such an invitation. Being of that class of physician which believes a disease, be it physical or mental, best treated in the antiseptic confines of the office or hospital. Mr. Fairfield, however, struck him as being the altogether unprepossessing possessor of an altogether distinguished psychosis. He was, in fact, rapidly supplanting in Dr. Quink's estimation his previous favorite. Already Dr. Quink was writing, mentally of course, the introduction to the paper he would present to his professional journal. Throughout the automobile ride out to Long Island, Donald Fairfield was quiet, as both hands tightly on the steering wheel of his new Buick. He alternately fought and coasted with the eastbound traffic. Dr. Quink forced himself to relax, to ignore the ins and outs of the commuter's raceway. He folded his arms across his chest, slumped down in his seat with his legs stretched out as far as they would reach, and observed the facial contortions of his driver-patient. Fairfield's lips would twitch as he twisted the wheel and shot into the left lane. His foot pressed down on the gas and the right corner of his lip pulled back in sneering response. The sudden surge of the Buick seemed intimately linked to one muscular act no more than to the other. His eyebrows pressed intensely together, caressing one another, as the big car whipped back into line. A sharp outlet of breath between tightly clenched teeth preceded the sharper blast of the horn, and then the Buick was swerving out to the left again with the accompanying lip twitch. A car they were about to pass pulled out in front of them, initiating a spasmodic clutching of the wheel by the left hand, a furious pounding on the horn by the right, and a synchronized twitch, sneer, and muttered "Got-em-it" from the lips, repeated twice while the eyebrows maintained their position of togetherness. Dr. Quink closed his eyes finally. There was nothing more to be gained at the moment from observation. The patient's responses while driving were normal. Mrs. Fairfield greeted them at the door with a martini pitcher in one hand and a modernistically designed apron around her waist. She uttered little squeals about them being early, and ushered them into the living room where she settled Dr. Quink on one end of an 8-foot powder blue divan. Before she left the room, with the martini pitcher still clutched tightly in the one hand, the other rapidly undoing the apron of modernistic design, Donald Fairfield had not said one word since the front door had opened in response to their ring. None had seemed to have been necessary, nor, in fact, possible, under the deluge of Mrs. Fairfield's effusive greeting. Now he sat in the tilted green armchair in one corner of the room and, closing his eyes, relaxed from the strain of the drive. "Your wife is very pretty," Dr. Quink said. Yes, she's probably the most beautiful woman I know, Fairfield said. That's probably why I took her along. There is something about a beautiful woman. It was certainly a mistake. Feminine beauty is enjoyable, even though you don't indulge in sex. Of course it is, he replied with a gesture of annoyance. You are still bound by that Fried Freud, is it, of yours? Damn him. That's really the main reason I hesitated so long before I brought her case to you. I was afraid you were going to place too much emphasis on the sexual aspects, which, of course, by your standards are abnormal. It has really nothing to do with the problem, and I wish you'd forget about it. But I suppose you can't. To you, her sexual instincts will be normal, and it will be mine which will appear abnormal, whereas in reality, of course, it's the other way around. You'll never cure her. I can see that now. But then, you don't have to really cure her. If you can just get her to admit the truth for just a moment or two, just temporarily, I can get her back to some really competent men. No reflection on your ability meant, you know. I realize you are the best available in this age, naturally. But you can't know that, can you? Well, take my word for it, you are. So suppose you start acting like it and get to work on her, eh? Could it be Guy Louis? No. Dr. Quink bent over and tied his shoelace once or twice before he replied. He would have to talk to Mrs. Fairfield in private. Of course, Mr. Fairfield could understand that. Of course, it was not that Dr. Quink did not want Mr. Fairfield around when the discussion took place, but simply that one could not achieve rapport without absolute confidence, and of course, privacy. Of course, Mr. Fairfield agreed. I'll go up and shower now. Perhaps I'll take a bit of a nap before dinner. I'd like to avoid that horrible liquid she was stirring up when we came in anyhow. Somewhere she's picked up the idea that one should offer those things to dinner guests, and I can't stand them. Will you want a pen and some notepaper? When he had left the room, to tread up the stairs one at a time, leaning heavily on the cast-iron banister, but making no sound on the wall-to-wall carpeting, Dr. Quink leaned back and had barely time to pass his hand wearily over his eyes in a circular motion that he found soothing when Mrs. Fairfield entered. From behind a swinging door, bearing a small circular tray on which were balanced the aforementioned martini pitcher and two high-stemmed glasses, properly frosted and rounded with lemon. Has he left already? She asked. Well, shall we get right down to business? You call me Mimi, and I'll call you Victor. What did you think of his story? Pretty wild, isn't it? But he's harmless, I am sure. I'm not in the least bit afraid of him. Do you think I should be? Victor smiled and accepted the proffered martini. He cradled it in long fingers and elbows on knees, contemplated his hostess analyzing her physical attraction. He finally decided it emanated in the main from her almond-shaped eyes and in their somewhat mystical synchronization with her wide, sensual lips. There was definitely a disconcerting correlation between them when she smiled, and as he was studying this phenomenon, he realized that of course she was smiling. I am sorry, he said. It was rude of me to stare. Don't be silly, she said. It was most complimentary, but I suppose in your position it's best to be extremely careful. My position? Flirting with your patient's wife. He put down the martini rather too quickly, splashing a bit over the edges of the glass, leaving colorless stains that evaporated in a few moments. I don't want you to think that, Mrs. Fairfield, he said. It's just that. But she didn't interrupt him to say, of course not, or I was just teasing, or isn't it amazing how little rain we've had lately? Did you realize that this is the driest November in 16.5 years? She just stared and smiled at him, and let him flounder and make noises until he gave it up as a bad job and took a long drink from the frosted glass he had so recently and abruptly put down. She refilled his glass and leaned back in her chair. "Could you tell me about him, Mrs. Fairfield?" he said then. "Start as far back as you can, please." "All right, Victor," she said. "But it won't be much help, I am afraid." "Did he tell you he came from the future?" "He said that both of you did." "Yes, that's right. Both of us. And I refuse to go back. Is that it?" "Because of some deep-seated neurosis which he wants me to cure. His story is plausible, logical, once you grant the basic premise that time travel is an actuality. You see, Mrs. Fairfield. Mimi, please. Victor. After all, we're not in your office, and I am not really your patient, am I? Or am I? Of course not. Well, Mimi, then, the first step is to break down his story. Show him, for once and all, that it is not plausible, that it is not even possible, that it is plainly and simply a lie which he himself has made up to hide something that he is afraid of. Once we can get him to see this, or at least to wonder about it, once we can break the granite assurance of his that he comes from another time, then perhaps we can probe into his festering secret. But we can't do that, I am afraid, until he begins to admit, at least to himself, that he is sick and that he needs help. In this case, it shouldn't be too hard. You are brilliant. I wonder how you do it. Oh, you shouldn't gulp a martini so quickly. Here, let me pour you some more. But sip it this time, I know. I can't stand the taste either, but it's really the only way. Mrs. Fairfield. Mimi, she insisted. Mimi, he said, then hesitated. Mimi, she prompted. I forgot what I was going to say, he admitted. Cheers. Don't gulp, she said. Here, I'll pour you another one, but sip it. Now promise. God. It does taste awful, doesn't it? He said, grimacing. I don't think I ever tasted one before. Do you think limes might help? We have some in the kitchen, but it doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Why don't we just throw the mess away and whip up something else? I just wanted you to think I was chic this season, to serve martinis. What season? Football. Hunting, she said, and the eyes and lips smiled together again. Mimi, Victor said a bit pompously, standing up and leaning over her, I hope you are not flirting with me. You are, remember, a married woman, and are in fact married to a patient of mine, first of all, she said. You are being pompous. Second of all, he's not your patient, he says. I am your patient. Third of all, I am not married to him. And fourth of all, is it fourth or fifth? Well, anyway, fourth or fifth of all, let's try the limes. We've nothing to lose. It couldn't taste worse, first of all, he said, following her to the kitchen. I am never pompous. Second of all, he is my patient because he came to my office obviously seeking psychiatric help, but too sick to ask for it. I feel it only my duty to help him. And besides, his case is fascinating. And his wife isn't, I suppose, she said over her shoulder. Third of all, he said, and I ignore the interruption, what the hell do you mean you are not married to him? And fourth of all, it is fourth, not fifth. I think the limes will help immeasurably. Well, I think it all comes back to your original question, you know, about telling you all about him and how it started and all that. You see, I can't because I don't remember. Here, you cut the limes while I look for the squeezer. While Dr. Quink was cutting the limes, he didn't exactly talk to himself, but thoughts did present themselves to his mind with very nearly verbal exactitude. The immediate progression towards a solution of this case did not seem to be so clearly cut out as he had assumed it would be. There were, it now became more and more obvious, complications he had not foreseen. Mrs. Fairfield was not exactly acting toward him as a psychiatrist normally expects the wife of a patient to. So that, although he found her pleasant, and indeed invigorating, if that is the word, and he was not sure that it was, but the only alternative that came to his mind, stimulating, had connotations that he was not yet ready to accept. Although he did find her pleasant and etc., yet he found her behavior also disturbing. In the clinical sense this time, and the revelation as to her distinctly limited memory should be described not as a disturbance but as a downright earthquake, to ring in a seismological metaphor that occurred to him as he nicked his finger during the slicing of the fourth lime. "Oh, did you cut yourself?" she said, straightening up from the lower shelves of a pine cupboard. "I am so sorry, but never mind. Here is the squeezer." The apparent non sequitur, coming in the midst of his thoughts that were already confused, bewildered him for the moment, but he felt it would be more fruitful to get back to the problem at hand, and blotting his seeping blood with a handkerchief, he inquired after her reticent memory. "Oh, let's mix in the lime juice first. Aren't you at all anxious to see how it will taste?" Honestly, men have no curiosity. Well, as it turned out, it tasted pretty good. At any rate, that was the consensus of opinion. Alcoholic, as it might have been, as they returned with the pitcher of green martinis to the living room. "The furthest back that I can remember," Mimi said after they had settled themselves on the divan, "the absolutely first thing I can remember is relieving my bladder, if that makes any sense to you." "As a matter of fact," Victor said, "it makes extremely good sense indeed, if you will pardon me and kindly direct me towards the washroom," when he returned after an absence of a few minutes, during which time the muted sound of snoring emanated from the master bedroom into the silence left by his absence. He attempted once again to take up the thread of conversation that had been so abruptly snapped. "You were telling me, I believe, about the first thing you can remember." "Yes," she said. "Have another martini here. I'll pour. I was on a train, you see, at this moment when my memory begins. It was, by the way, 8 months ago. As I emerged from the ladies' room, I could not remember from which direction I had come. That is, I didn't know in which direction my seat was, if you follow me." Victor nodded more vigorously than he had intended, and she went on. "I didn't know whether to turn to right or left. That's a frightening feeling to have in a train. Not knowing where your seat is when you're all closed in anyhow, and you can feel the floor beneath your feet and the walls and ceiling all rushing somewhere so terribly fast and carrying you with it and all. I wasn't really frightened, you understand, but anyway, as I say, it's a terrible feeling. So I leaned back against the wall and tried to collect my wits, but I couldn't think of anything. That really frightened me so. I said to myself, now just relax and think back to where you are going, and when you got on the train and who you are with and everything like that, and just relax and you'll remember where your seat is in half a moment. But I didn't remember. And suddenly I realized that I didn't remember where I was going or who I was with or when I had got on the train or anything at all. I simply couldn't remember anything previous to a moment ago. I was scared silly by this time, and that damn train kept on rumbling and shaking and rushing on into I didn't know what. So I said to myself, now just relax and keep calm. This is all very silly. Now then, I said, after taking 2 deep breaths and exhaling slowly, my name is, and by God, I didn't know my own name. It was such a queer feeling, I got goose pimples all over just like that. I felt as if I knew my name. It was on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't say it. I just couldn't remember my own name. Then I began to run. I didn't know where I was going, but I was scared to hell, and I just ran. I ran through 5 or 6 cars, and the panic kept getting worse, and then I turned around and began running back the way I had come. Just running as fast as I could, and you know what that's like on a train. I kept falling against people and pushing them off and running, and suddenly this man grabbed me and said, "Mimi, Mimi." He kept saying that, and I guess some more, and finally he calmed me down, and of course it was Donald. He told me I was all right and to be quiet, and what the hell was the matter with me anyhow. Well, to make a long story short, we got off the train here and stayed in a hotel for a while, and then Donald bought this place, and here we are. But I don't know if I am really his wife or not. Did he mention sex to you? Victor nodded, and she said, So you know I am not his wife that way, at least? And I have only his word that we were ever married. You don't have a marriage certificate or pictures. We don't have anything that would prove our existence prior to that date we were on the train. Naturally, he'd have left all that behind when we left, wherever we were coming from. Any documents at all would ruin his story. For all I know, he just picked me up at the train station. And you just picked up life here? Victor asked. As simple as that. What else could I do? I was terribly frightened, and Donald was so calm and assuring. I didn't really think I had lost my memory, you know. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I didn't seem bewildered or anything. I just could not remember anything. Am I making sense? Anyway, I felt it would all come back to me any moment, and I went on living from one moment to another, and here I am, and I still can't remember anything. What was Donald's reaction when you told him you didn't know who you were? Victor asked her. As a matter of fact, I didn't tell him right away. I was so afraid. I just went along with him. Oh, it's so hard to explain. He didn't realize that you were acting strange, bewildered. Well, you know, Mimi said. We're not talking about a normal man, remember? I suppose if I acted sort of, you know, lost. He attributed it to our recent trip through time. I don't know. Anyhow, he seemed to accept me. Let's get back to this time travel bit. When did you realize that he thought you had both come from another time? The limes really make the drink, don't they? She asked. Well, it came out sort of gradually. I'd listened to him really closely whenever he talked about the past. Naturally, I was trying to find out about me without telling him. I thought he'd get all excited and all. And of course he did when I finally told him. But by then it was all so different, and I'm afraid I've gotten confused. Where was I? Oh, you need a refill. Thank you, Victor said. I forget myself exactly where it was you were, is that right? Where you was it were? No, I am sure that's wrong. Where were you? It was, I think. Does that sound better to you? Isn't that peculiar? She answered. Could it be where I was, you weren't? No. Now I am being silly, and I can't for the life of me understand why. After all, this is a serious affair. Or at least I wish it was. What? I remember. Damn it, she said. We were talking about Donald again. Well, he kept making these remarks about coming through time, and of course I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about, but I thought because of my not remembering anything and all that I better just not say anything, so I didn't. But he kept on, and little by little I got the idea. The general idea, anyhow. But what on earth could I do about it? And then he started talking about it was time to go back and all that, and I certainly wasn't going to go floating off in any old time machine, whether he was nuts or not, so I just kept putting him off the best I could, but he started getting so impatient that finally... What was that? I think there was something wrong. They both sat suddenly quite still and listened, but they heard nothing. I hear nothing, Victor said. That's it, Mimi hissed. He's not snoring anymore. He'll be here any minute. Act natural. Have another martini. Thank you. Perhaps just one more, Victor said as Donald Fairfield came into the room. He strode across the room, crossing in front of them without turning his head or acknowledging their presence, and made straight for the buffet in the opposite corner. He bent over and extracted a thick black cigar, struck a match, lit the cigar, puffed several times, dropped the match into a gigantic ashtray made of marble. Or something that looked like marble, puffed several more times, finally inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly before he turned and nodded at his two spectators. You make better cigars than we do, I'll say that for the 20th century. He complimented Victor in the manner of all tourists, as if Victor himself were the cause and not the product of his age. One of the mysteries of history, he continued. How a simple technique, like making a good cigar or a good mummy, can be lost once it's been perfected. Always seems to be, though each age has its secrets. You can't make wine now like the ancient Greeks did, as Mimi interpolated, as the Greeks did. I hate to be bombastic, Donald answered her. Not to say dogmatic or pedagogical, or impecunious too, for that matter, at least in this particular day and age. But I believe my original adjectival usage to be the correct one. If your thought had called for an adjective, Mimi countered, but properly according to the accepted grammar of the present day, that is, you should have used an adverb. Whatchamacallit tastes good like a dum-dum cigarette should, Victor put in an attempt to settle the subject. That's ridiculous, Donald answered. It's completely wrong. I know it's wrong, Victor cried. That's the point, everybody knows. Of course it is, Mimi agreed. Why on earth should a cigarette taste good? Who says it should? If one wants to taste something good, why then one takes a bite of cake, or a smidgen of candy, or a plate of cold borscht. If one cares for borscht, but you certainly don't smoke a cigarette to taste something good, they all taste horrible. Horribly, oh damn, look what you started. Donald, now I can't think straight. Anyhow, people smoke because of the phallic symbolism, right, Victor? Donald looked with distaste from Mimi to the big black cigar he was holding in his right hand, and thence to Victor for a denial. Victor, however, shrugged his shoulders and murmured something to the effect that this consideration might possibly have some bearing on the subject. That it was really a matter of interest more to the applied psychologists and advertising men than to the pure scientist or doctor, and that even so it didn't necessarily follow that. You are hedging, Mimi said. All you have to do is watch a woman smoke and then watch a man, Anne. I thought we were talking about wine, Donald interrupted, crushing out his cigar in the oversized marble, or nearly so, ashtray. What were we saying about it? You were commenting on the relative excellence of our wines and those of the Greeks, Victor told him. I was wondering if perhaps you visited them too. Donald Fairfield did not answer the query. He stared at Victor contemplatively, drew in a deep lungful of acrid smoke-filled air from above the smoldering ashtray, and let it out again. This is not going to be as simple an affair as it should be, he said finally. I can see that now, but I suppose there is nothing to be done but to see it through. I take it you settled everything between the two of you while I've been gone. Oh my, Mimi ejaculated. I've got to see about dinner. See if you two can find something to talk about while I am gone. She hurried out of the room, one hand already reaching for the apron of the modernistic design as she passed through the swinging door into the kitchen. Well, Donald began, what did you discover from my little wife? To begin with, Victor answered him, she seems to have lost her memory. Everything previous to an experience on the train some 8 months ago is a total blank. Were you aware of this? I was not only aware of it, I told you about it, Donald answered. What in God's creation is this moldy brew? He asked, after taking a deep gulp from the lip of the pitcher and spitting most of it into the first ashtray he could reach. Lime martinis like a daiquiri, only drier. If you don't care for them, you might refill my glass, that's right. You did tell me she didn't remember, but of course you didn't believe me, Donald finished for him. Naturally. Look, Dr. Quink, I think I am a reasonable man. Damn it, I know I am. I don't expect you to believe me right off the rat when I walk in and tell you. Bat, Victor interrupted. I beg your pardon, Donald countered. Bat right off the, not rat, right off the bat, it's a colloquialism, comes from baseball. That's a sport we play. Perhaps you haven't come across it if you've only been here some 8 months. Yes, just about 8 months. I've heard of the sport. Of course, but haven't gone to see a game yet. Do you think it's worth my while? Probably not. Strictly a partisan sport. Yes, I see your point. Not an idiom? You wouldn't say. No, definitely not, Victor said. Takes time to make an idiom, but only God can make a tree. Oh Lord, I better have another martini. Would you pour? I think I might miss. Still a colloquialism. Not a doubt about it. The expression hasn't lasted to your day, I take it. If it had, then it might be an idiom. Might I say, only might I promise nothing. And quite right you are, Donald said. Still, I want you to understand that I don't expect you to believe me right off the bat when I wander into your busy little office and tell you, by the way, what is your receptionist doing, always staring at the floor right next to her desk? She's in love. He's an advertising man. Oh, well, yes, of course, when I tell you I come from the future. Obviously, you are not going to accept that right off the rat. As I say, I mean, no one could expect you to. However, after talking at length to me in your office, and then holding a private conversation with my wife, you should, I think, as a trained and highly competent psychiatrist, certainly the foremost of your day. At this point, Victor had waved a deprecating hand. Please allow me to say that I am certainly a better judge of your position in this world than you could possibly be, seeing it in the proper perspective, I mean. I did not intend to compliment you when I described you as I just did. I merely state a fact already known to my confrères. Then you should, as I say. Under these most favorable circumstances, and certainly being forewarned, then you should be able to tell who is suffering from a delusion and who is not. Apart from what the delusion is and whether or not you choose to believe in it, simply studying the behavior of the people involved, you should be able to tell who is acting normally and who is not. I agree with you in every particular, Victor said. I certainly should, and I think I can, and have. In point of fact, dinner's ready, Mimi said. And no shop talk, please. I want you to taste my squash and applesauce piece. And no one, absolutely no one, comes into my dining room with a stinking black cigar. Could it be Galila Lilu? Donald murmured. Damn, this is excellent, Victor said. How do you make it? Why, thank you, Mimi replied. It's very simple. You just take the squash and then pour in the applesauce and cinnamon. There must be more to it than that, Victor insisted, smiling around a mouthful. Of course there is, she said. But I'm not telling you all my secrets. You'll have to come back if you want it again, damn it, said Donald. Stop jibber-jabbering. We know why we're here, so let's talk about it. Can you cure my crazy wife, Donald? Mimi spluttered. Now, Mr. Fairfield, Victor said, let's not be unfair. Your wife has amnesia, but she's not crazy. As a matter of fact, psychiatrists no longer recognize the term as such. Pass the roast, Donald said. Do you think I am crazy or don't you? I most certainly do not. Do you think I was born in the future, Mr. Fairfield? Talking like this isn't getting us anywhere. Now, maybe I am sorry Mrs. Fairfield doesn't remember anything previous to that train ride we were talking about. Naturally, Donald said. That's when we got here. We'll skip the technicalities, but it's always easier to land on something that's moving. Standard procedure. I don't really understand it myself, but I am no engineer. We landed in the 20th century. Is it the 20th or the 21st? The 20th, Victor assured him. Isn't that silly of me? I am always getting mixed up. It doesn't make much difference, though, you know. Not much of a change from one to the other. Not like the 19th and 20th. Nothing like that at all. Do you ever find yourself wondering if it's the 20th of the month or the 21st? I have a calendar on my desk. Oh, Donald mused, I didn't notice it. He stared intently at Victor Quink while he munched his celery. It's not hard to see why you've risen to the top of your profession. Calendar on your desk, eh? He looked at his wife and tapped the side of his head significantly. You landed aboard this train some 8 months ago, Dr. Quink prompted. What are you doing here anyhow? Are you an historian? Nonsense, he replied at once. Haven't you noticed all the books you people are writing? Every one of your presidents, every general, every field marshal, every scientist, manufacturer, tennis star, and juvenile delinquent has written a book, or at least a serial for the Post. No reason at all for any historian to come back to this particular age. No other age in all history, I might add, has been so fond of itself or so cognizant of the need for preserving itself and its records for posterity as has yours. And with very little reason. But of course, that last is only a personal observation. And I may be prejudiced, having lived here, so to speak. For these past months, you get to see the seamy side of a civilization, you know, when you live there yourself. Incidentally, would you be interested to know how your age has been classified by posterity? Of course you would. Silly of me to ask. Well, to get on with it, you know how historians are always naming periods, and groups, and whatever. The Age of Darkness. You remember then the Age of Awakening, the Age of Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, etc. As it turns out, you've come down to us as the Age of Verbiage. Amusing, eh? No. Well, you can't please everybody. I thought it was cute. But in answer to your question, I'll have to say no. I am just a tourist. I am on vacation. Nothing more sensational than that, I am afraid. And naturally, you took your wife with you, Victor added. Donald looked down at his plate for just a moment or two, then answered, naturally, without raising his eyes at all. Somehow, Mr. Fairfield, Victor said, somehow I get the feeling you are holding out on me. You are not telling me all. Damn it, the more I tell you, the less you believe. I never should have told you the truth at all. I should have just said my wife's suffering from amnesia and let it go at that. I am not an engineer either, Victor answered. I can't just twist a screw and restore the proper functioning of the memory mechanism. I've got to know the whole truth, Mr. Fairfield, the whole truth. How come my wife is Mimi and I am Mr. Fairfield? I am sorry, Victor stammered. Donald. You are embarrassing him, Mimi interrupted. Just joshing, pulling your toe or leg or some such, Donald assured him. We might as well be friends, at least. Make it Donald, too. I might even take your autograph back with me. I think the fights are on television. Want to watch? I'll just do up the dishes, dear, Mimi said. I am afraid I don't care much for the prize fights, Victor said. Just sit where you are, then, and relax. I'm going to watch them. Won't see many more of them before we go, he said, throwing a lowering glance at his wife as he left the room. He returned in a few moments, however, before the two of them had had time to begin a conversation, and addressed Victor. Sorry to interfere, promise. I won't interrupt again. I am sure you two are making just miles of progress, and I dislike the role of an impudence. But a phrase just popped into my head, and I am sure I won't be able to concentrate on the fights properly until it's resolved. I wonder, Dr. Quink, if you could possibly tell me if this is the age that is so fond of saying that idiots walk with God. You know what I mean? That they don't need their wit because God's hand is on their shoulders, so to speak, and that's why, etc. Childish, perhaps, but touching, don't you think? I am sorry, Mr. Fairfield, Victor replied, but I hadn't heard the phrase before. Perhaps I am just unfamiliar with it, or more probably you picked it up elsewhere on your travels. Donald answered, somewhat non-committally, perhaps. Well, don't let me detain you. I'll just run along. Vaya con Dios, he waved as he left the room. They waited a few seconds in silence, but he didn't return. Will you take him on as a patient? Mimi asked when they heard the first roaring of the crowd from the living room. I'd like to very much, if you want me to. He's a fascinating case, but it won't be easy. It's going to take time. Oh, that's all right, she assured him. He's not dangerous, and we've plenty of money. Take all the time you want, you know, he said. I don't mind admitting I am pretty bewildered by now. He shook his head 2 or 3 times as if to clear it, then asked, Where does the money come from? I don't know. I mean, what does he do for a living? I don't know. Did you ask him? Not yet. He'll probably say he brought the money from the future. Uh-huh, she agreed. Well, don't you even know where your husband gets his money, no? What a combination you two are, he muttered. I can't hear you, she called from the kitchen. The water is making too much noise. Come in here. He went in and leaned against the powder blue refrigerator while she soaked the dishes. He won't come to your office for examinations or treatments, she said. He thinks I am the one who's nuts. That's probably true, he agreed somewhat ambiguously. It would be better if you were my patient at the same time. You two have this amnesia anyhow. I'd like to clear that up. Would you be willing? Oh, I'd love it, she cried. I can come see you for regular treatments, and then you can come to the house for supper several times a week and see him then. Let's go see if he agrees to that, Victor said. Mimi dried her hands in a hurry on a dish towel, grabbed a handful of his fingers and pulled him after her to the living room. Her fingers were still cool and damp. He saw a lot of the two of them in the few weeks following that night, but he learned nothing more. Donald Fairfield was sulky and uncommunicative, muttering only over and over again that he had already said too much, and Lord knew what would become of Fear. Him when he got back, but he didn't see what else he could have done under the circumstances, and no one else had ever gotten into such a fix. Why the hell did it have to happen to him? A quiet and thoughtful and considerate man who wouldn't swat a fly, or anyhow not a pregnant fly. This opened up an entire new line of discussion. Mimi didn't know, in reply to his query, whether flies got pregnant or not. At least she had never seen one. Donald was forced into a short lecture, barely remembered from second-year biology, but it seemed to satisfy them. We don't have lower forms of life at home, you know, Donald apologized. On days when he didn't come to their home for supper, Mimi would have the last appointment of the day with him, and after her hour they would leave together, waking up Margaret before they left the office. Stop off for cocktails before Mimi had to catch her train. Miss the train, have dinner. Miss the next train, catch a show, or walk in the park, drive Mimi home, and finally part. They talked a lot. They talked seemingly without reserve, but Victor learned nothing new. Her life before that train ride was simply a blank. I'd like to try hypnotism, Victor said to her one day in his office. No, she replied. He was surprised. I don't think you understand, he said. I want to hypnotize you and try to take you back before that train ride, back to your childhood. No, she said. It's perfectly safe, he said. She filed a rough edge off her nail, second finger, right hand. It's standard analytic procedure. I've used it dozens of times. I am quite competent. No, she said. But why not? He asked. You'll find out all about me, she said. I'll have no secrets left. But you shouldn't want to have any secrets from your psychoanalyst. I can't help you then. Perhaps, she agreed. But I want to have secrets from you, she said softly, and looked up quietly from her fingers, staring directly into his eyes, and her lips and her eyes underwent that mysterious synchronization once again. I don't want you to know me like a book with everything spelled out in black and white, but like a portrait with hidden shades and nuances. I want you to know me gradually, slowly. Mimi, he said, and paused. He pushed back from his desk, swiveled completely around and back to his original position, cracked 2 knuckles, tried to force some saliva into a suddenly dry mouth, and started to speak again. Mimi, it's not unusual for a patient to develop a feeling of affection for his psychoanalyst. In fact, it's the usual. It's not like that with us, though, is it? She asked, more quietly, more softly, and deeply than before. After a long pause, he said, No, it's not. And so they sat there while the daylight faded outside them, and the twilight crawled up 63 floors, to encircle their window and continue unhesitatingly upward. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "We're not going to do anything, Mimi," he finally said. "When I am with you, it's all so light and fantastic and funny that I forget, but it would be unforgivable to fall in love with a patient and the wife of a patient." "I can't do it. We'll have to stop right away. I am no good as an analyst to you anymore. Anyway, I am sorry. I'll send you to someone else. And now you'd better go." She stood up, walked around his desk, and put her hands lightly on his neck. "You are such a dear," she said. "I'll always love you. I've never seen you so serious before. We always laugh and talk and giggle when we're together. And I loved you then, but now that you are sad and serious and oh so pitiably tragic, I love you more than I could ever tell you. But please don't worry. Don't worry about a thing, darling. You'll see. It will all work out. It can't work out, Mimi. There is absolutely no way on earth for it to work out. There is no solution at all." "Please don't worry, darling," she said, picking up her gloves. "I can't bear to see you looking so tragic. Life isn't so serious, especially as you are loved." She walked out and closed the door behind her. Victor sat quite still. He could barely hear her saying, "Margaret, wake up. Margaret, it's time to go home," through the thick wooden door. The phone rang in his office 3 days later. He was alone at the time, going over some notes he had just taken with another patient. Margaret was out, presumably peering through the floor of the ladies' lounge down the hall, and he picked up the receiver himself. "Victor, come quick," Mimi screamed through the wires. "He's trying to kill me," she said more, but he heard none of it. His fingers went numb. The phone dropped. He was out of his seat and skidding around the desk before it hit the carpeted floor. He had to wait at the elevator. He thought for one silly moment of racing to the exit and running down 63 floors, then compromised on stamping. His feet, and slamming one fist into the other palm and striding up and down, while 3 other men and 2 women also waiting for the elevator stared at him. He thought of calling the police just as the elevator door opened, and he nearly turned and left it, but couldn't, and leaped in just as the doors were closing. "I am Dr. Quink," he shouted at the elevator operator. "This is an emergency. Take me straight down." The elevator went straight down. The doors opened on the ground floor, and Victor shot out, leaving behind 2 nearly mortally sick women and several acid comments to the effect that he was probably late for a matinee. "I couldn't take any chances," apologized the elevator operator. "It might really have been an emergency. It wasn't raining in New York that day, so he was able to get a cab immediately." He took it to his parking lot and roared off. From there he sped through the city traffic, incurring the widespread wrath and disapproval of the police department. A patrol car caught up with him on Grand Central Parkway and forced him off the road. He explained who he was, and that a madman was threatening to kill his wife. No, not his wife, the madman's wife, and that he didn't have time to sit here and talk about it. The police officer told him to follow him, and, siren blazing, they roared off once again. It occurred to both of them nearly simultaneously that Victor couldn't possibly follow the police officer. It had to be the other way around. And so Victor took the lead, the red siren hanging on behind. But when Victor left the parkway, he saw in his mirror no flashing red light. Somewhere he had lost the police. He touched the brake a second, for the first time in the past 15 minutes, then accelerated again and hurried on. He had not the time to wait. The door to the Fairfields' home was unlocked and he burst in without ringing. "Mimi," he cried. Then, hearing vague noises from the upstairs bedroom, he hurried there. He didn't find Mimi there. Donald Fairfield was alone in the bedroom, and the bedroom was a mess, and there was a gun in Donald Fairfield's hand. Victor stopped in the doorway, a gas pain shooting up his side. He thought at that moment inanely. He should play more handball. "Galileo," Donald Fairfield said. "It came to me just a few moments ago." "Galileo?" It was on the tip of my tongue all the time. I just couldn't think of it. What were we saying about him? Do you remember? What brought it up? Victor braced himself up against the doorway, breathing hard. He stared at the gun in Donald's hand. Donald followed his gaze down his side to the gun and seemed surprised when he saw it. "Oh yes, she's in the bathroom," he said, waving his gun towards the closed door. "She's locked the door," Victor belched. "For God's sake," said Donald. "There is a time and a place for everything." Victor crossed to the door. "Mimi," he called. "Mimi, it's me, Victor." The lock clicked, the door opened, and Mimi walked out and folded herself into his arms. He held her until she stopped shaking, then until he himself stopped shaking, and until his breath came more easily. He kept all the while his back toward Donald and the gun, and his arms folded around her so that she was safe from him. Then he turned, and calmly as he could, he asked what in the holy hell was going on. "He wants me to go back with him right now," Mimi said. She was shivering in his arms. "I'm not going. I am not going with him." "Of course, you are not," Victor said. He turned back to Donald. "What's the rush all of a sudden?" he asked. "What's the big emergency?" he smiled. "Don't turn on the personality, Dr. Quink," Fairfield said. "It's too complicated to explain, but time's run out on us. We've got to go tonight, and I am taking her with me, dead or alive. I don't give a damn which way anymore. She's coming with me, dead or alive." Victor let go of Mimi and took a step toward him. But the hand with the gun came up, and gun was pointed straight at him, and the voice was flat and tired and desperate. "I can't leave her here. You can see what it would mean. They're very strict about time traveling. They have to be, and she can't stay here. She hasn't lost her memory. She knows damned well where she comes from, and she's going back now, one way or the other. I don't know what'll happen to me when we get back if I kill her, but it's my decision and I can't let her stay behind, no matter what." His voice started to rise, and the words began to come faster. He was working himself up dangerously near the breaking point. "If you'll just calm down for a few moments," Victor tried, "I am sure we can talk this out sensibly enough." "It won't work, Dr. Quink. It won't work." "You are trying to talk it out like I am nuts. You are trying to reassure me. But it won't work because you can't, because I'm not nuts. I am telling the truth and she knows it." "Damn you, Mimi, tell him." All right, I'll tell him," she cried. "And I'll tell you too. And I am not going back with you, you'll see, because I planned this from the start." "My God, what a day," she sighed, and sat down on the bed. "Now listen, both of you. You too, Donald, because you don't know it all either. He's not crazy, Victor. We do come from the future. I was reading about all the Nobel Prize winners, darling, and of course I came across you, and right from the beginning you fascinated me. Do you know you were the first psychiatrist ever to win the award, and then you won it twice? Oh, I can tell you, I was terribly impressed, and when I saw your picture, you know the one, the portrait by Vidal in the Museum of Ancient? Oh, but of course it hasn't been done yet. You have gray sideburns then, and there is not a touch of gray in your hair now. Anyway, you look absolutely distinguished with gray. It's certainly your color. And I thought you were just the handsomest Nobel winner I had ever seen. And darling, you are not the slightest doubt about it." "Don't you think so, Donald?" "He's charming," Donald replied. "Just terribly, terribly charming. Would you mind getting on with it, please?" Victor started to interrupt. "Don't be modest, darling," Mimi went on. "So then I read a biography, and then another, and soon I was doing nothing but studying you. I fell in love with you, dear. I fell in love with you 1,000 years after you were dead. You never married, you know, and you needed me, and I guess that helped. But at any rate, I fell, and I fell all the way. We're not married, Donald and I. There is no sex then, so there is no need for marriage." "Right, Donald, right. But he was coming here on vacation. and he was nice enough to take me along, and we had to fit in, so we came as husband and wife. Just a matter of convenience, really, but then we were here for all those months, and I didn't get to meet you. And something about this age just got into my bones. I loved it so. People really live now, not like back home. And I nearly forgot about you, Victor dear, although I can't understand that now. And all I wanted was to live here like a normal person, a normal wife. But he couldn't understand that. At any rate, I went native. I went whole hog native. And then it was time to go home. But I wasn't going, so I made up this story about forgetting everything. And I pretended I thought he was nuts or something, and he went and got you, and suddenly there you were in my living room, and it all came back. Darling, it came back so fast and strong I thought I'd die on the spot. And I love you now, darling. I love you now and forever, and I won't go back alive. I swear that Mimi, Donald begged. Think of the future. If you don't go back, it'll be all upset. We can't have people just popping up in the past from the future. There has to be discipline. It's one thing to come here quietly for a few months of harmless vacation, and then, just as quietly, to disappear. But to settle down brazenly in another time to immigrate, as it were, well, it just can't be done. There is no precedent, just none at all. Nobody would think of doing such a thing. Why, who knows what would happen if you stayed here? It could upset the whole pattern of the future. The future will just have to take care of itself, Mimi answered. I love him, and you can't argue with that. There's nothing you can say that can argue with that. I don't care poof for the future. Victor sat down quietly on the edge of the bed. He felt a bit weak around the general vicinity of the knees. Mimi stood up and strode over to the window, her back to the conversation. Mimi, Donald pleaded, just think of what you are doing. You lose your immortality for one thing. You know it's not something you were just born with. It's the result of careful medical science. Why, almost anything could happen to you here. They have all sorts of ugly diseases, and if you should last just a few years longer, just maybe 50 or 60 more years, your heart will almost certainly pop off. They don't have any sort of arterial rejuvenation now. Nothing at all. You are trading immortality for a mere moment. I don't give a damn or a wild pig's snort, she replied. Don't be vulgar, Donald said. Let's keep this on a civilized plane. That's not vulgarity, she answered. It's poetry. I don't give a damn or a wild pig's snort, but you cut just one strand and the fashions be damned. I swear that I'll boil 3 in lime. Lime? Victor asked rather weakly. I think so, dear, Mimi said. Would you care for a martini? How about the toilet? Donald suddenly thundered. How about that, hey? I beg your pardon, Mimi replied. The toilets, he repeated impatiently. Do you want to spend the rest of your short life with this old-fashioned plumbing? He waved wildly toward the tile bathroom. It's all right roughing it for a few months like we did. But can you honestly imagine spending the rest of your life under such vile conditions? You didn't think of that, did you? He continued when he saw the sudden stricken expression on her face. You don't like the idea, do you? Mimi clenched her fists at her side and stamped her little foot. I don't care, she spit out. I absolutely do not care. I will stay with him. I will. She turned and looked at the bathroom that opened off the bedroom, and blanched for one moment. Then she shut her eyes, gave another kick, and insisted. I will. Donald sighed and slapped his hands at his side. He turned around, hesitated for a few seconds, then said to the wall, I've tried everything I could think of. He turned again and faced them, and he raised his gun. You are coming, Mimi? One way or another, you are coming. so quietly he hardly realized what he was doing, but thankful that the gas pain had vanished. Victor stepped between the gun and the girl. "You'll have to kill me, Donald," he said. "You won't take her out of here without killing me. I promise you that." "And what will that do to your future? A man from the future killing somebody here?" "Oh no, that'll upset everything. And before I become famous, your whole history will be changed. You'd better think twice, Donald." The gun wavered and lowered. "Would you care for a martini, Donald dear?" Mimi asked. Donald turned and ran from the room. They heard his feet slipping down the stairs. They heard the front door slam behind him. Victor started after him, but Mimi held him back. "What are you going to do?" she cried. "Chase after him. What will you do when you catch him? You are needed more here after all," she continued. "Think what I just went through. I am a nervous wreck, almost getting carted off to God knows where like that. I need the care of a competent physician." He turned back to her in a daze. She clucked and patted his cheek and pushed him down onto the bed. She pulled out his handkerchief and mopped his face. "Aren't you proud of me?" she said. "Wasn't that fast thinking? How did you like that little story I told? It really threw him, didn't it?" He didn't know what to think. "You mean," Victor stammered, "you mean you didn't mean it? You just made it up, just like that, darling." She began to giggle. "You didn't believe that wild story? About the future? Oh, darling, you couldn't possibly believe it." "Of course not," he said. "Of course not. Quick thinking, Mimi. Yes, very quick thinking. It was a convincing story, you know." "Very good, but, my God, I've got to catch him." "Don't be silly," she said, pushing him down. "You'll never find him. You'll never see him again. He'll be lost in the crowd. One more screwball in New York, they'll never notice him. He'll fit right in. He may even become president someday, or at least dean of students at some small New England college. You just take my word for it, darling, and relax a moment. I'll rush downstairs and bring you up a martini. We deserve one. He'll be all right now. As long as he's made up his mind that he can leave me here, he'll trot off somewhere and dig up another neurosis or psychosis or whatever. He's not dangerous anymore. And you heard him say we were never married, and we have no marriage certificate. So I guess we're not. Can't we just forget about him, just as if he never existed? Maybe he never did exist. Maybe he was just a figment of our imagination. Maybe he was just an instrument of kismet to bring us together. Maybe he was just a wandering minstrel, or a memory looking for a chance to be real. Maybe you'd better not talk so much, but just bring up the martini. Better bring a pitcher. Green ones." And so she did. Their first honeymoon they spent in Bermuda. They took their second on a trip to Sweden 10 years later, when Victor went to accept his first Nobel Prize. End of You Don't Make Wine, like the Greeks did by David E. Fisher.